Respected dignitaries on the dais, esteemed faculty members, distinguished guests, participants from academia and industry, and dear students. I'm Vidya, Master of Ceremony for today's function, and it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of the 6 days GIAN program on Artificial Intelligence in Medicine, organized by the Department of Studies and Research in Computer Science, Mangalore University, in association with the Ministry of Education, Government of India. Over the coming days, we embark on a journey to explore how AI can revolutionize the medical field, from enhancing diagnostics to improving treatment planning, from data driven decision making to ensuring ethical and equitable healthcare to all. To begin this auspicious occasion, let us invoke blessings for knowledge, wisdom, and success. I request everyone to kindly rise for the invocation song.
ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ನೀ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ನೀ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಾರಂಭದಿ ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ಕಾರ್ಯಾರಂಭದಿ ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ಕಾರ್ಯಸಿದ್ಧಿಪುದೆ ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಸಿದ್ಧಿಪುದೆ ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಂಭದಿ ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ವಿದ್ಯಾರಂಭದಿ ಭಜಿಸುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಿಪುದೆ ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಸಿದ್ಧಿಪುದೆ ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ.
Thank you, students. It's now my privilege to invite Professor Manjaya DH, Chairman, Department of Computer Science, to deliver a welcome address.
Namaste. Very good morning to all, respected ladies and gentlemen, respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, respected Chief Guest, Professor Pascal Terrell, my colleagues on the dais, off the dais. It's my privilege I stand before you. We are going for the inaugural ceremony of the Global Initiative Academic Network, launching from our department. This is the fourth GIAN program from the Department of Computer Science. Probably we have come across very clearly the emerging buzzword of the artificial intelligence around 360-degree angles, expecting to be understand, practically incorporate, enrich the knowledge, empowering to our society. My colleague, Professor B.H. Shekhar, take a challenging how best we can give it to the society. We are here, the inaugural ceremony of the GIAN program on medical applications, AI on medical applications. For this program, I respected our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.L. Dharmaji, even though he's during busy hectic schedule, accepted our positive invitation, and such a dynamic administration academician who is present here for presiding over the function. On behalf of the department, personally extend a warm welcome to Professor P.L. Dharmaji. Honorable. I request my colleague, icon of this program, Professor B.S. Shekhar, to welcome with flower bouquet to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.L. Dharmaji. Thank you, especially for the emerging expertise we requested and is interacted since last year, probably a great personality, a professor and the director of the very energetic, empowering knowledge on the medical images and image processing, none other than Professor Pascal Thayer, who is the indeed privileged such a long distance from the Toronto, from the Canada, University of Toronto, is available here on behalf of the university, on behalf of the department. Personally, hearty welcome to you, Professor Pascal. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.L. Dharmaji, welcome with flower bouquet to our Professor Pascal. Thank you, sir. Who is the indeed a nodal coordinator, my colleagues, a CDC director, none other than Professor Ganesh Sanjeev, sir, present here for this inaugural ceremony. I welcome you heartily, sir. Now I request Professor H.L. Seshireka, madam, to welcome with flower bouquet our Professor Ganesh Sanjeev, sir. My colleague, Board of Studies Chairman, Professor H.L. Seshireka, also present here. I request Professor Boja Pujari, sir, welcome with flower bouquet. Extend a warm welcome to you, Professor. And brightening, lightening of this inaugural ceremony of the from 18th to 23rd of August, who is a backbone, none other than my colleague Professor B.S. Shekhar is present here, and extend a warm welcome to you, sir. Now I request Professor Madam H.L. Seshireka to welcome with a flower bouquet. And esteemed guests who are all coming all the way from Professor Chakrapani, sir, from KMC, Kasturba Medical, one of the premier prestigious institute, and from the JSS Academy of the Faculties, and various other faculties who are coming as part of this program. Extend a warm welcome to each one of you present here. Now I request my research scholar to please welcome with the florally with a rose. Please. My great Professor Sharmila Kumari, Vice Principal of the PA College of Engineering, who is also part of that one. I extend each one of you, those who are a backbone of this participation, a successful inaugural ceremony of this event. Once again, welcome each one of you. And I welcome my colleagues, Professor Raju Challanavar, Professor Boja Pujari, sir, who are all present here for the making this function very grand success. Once again, I welcome each one of you, and thank you one and all for listening my welcome address. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for your warm and encouraging words of welcome. I would like Professor B.H. Shekhar to green welcome Dr. Manjaya, sir. Thank you, sir. I now request our dignitaries to join the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing the light of knowledge that dispels the darkness of ignorance. Thank you, dignitaries, for gracing this moment with your presence. Now, to share the remarks about the GIAN program, I invite Professor Ganesh Sanjeev. Sir, please.
Dignitaries on the dais, my esteemed colleagues, delegates from different institutions of the region, very good morning to everyone. This GIAN program started in the year 2014-15 by the then Ministry of Human Resource Development. Now that ministry itself is not there, it is merged with Ministry of Education. They started this program by selecting only 24 universities from the country, especially the state universities, and there were central universities, IITs, NITs, and then law schools and all those institutions. But we were among the 24 institutions chosen by the Department of Human Resource Development. In the first phase, we could get around 10 proposals cleared. This is the fourth phase of this GIAN program. The first three phases were handled by IIT Kharagpur. Then it is passed on to IIT Hyderabad. Now it is being conducted, totally controlled by the Hyderabad Institute of Technology, Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. This is the fourth in the fourth phase and fourth in the Department of Computer Science. All four programs were coordinated by Dr. Shekhar BH. This is the 29th program of Mangalore University. And tomorrow, one more program will be held in the Department of Physical Education. In all these programs, foreign faculties are invited to deliver 1 credit or 2 credit programs. 1 credit is for a week, 2 credits for 20 to 24 hours, for 2 weeks. The advantage of this program is, suppose a student coming over here under NEP, New Education Policy, is having his own academic bank credit. So suppose this is a 1 credit program, he can always credit this 1 credit to his account. Suppose there is a program in Indian Institute of Technology or AIMS or IIM, if that particular program is having this particular syllabus, then he need not attend that program, classes, he need not write the exam, but he can show this credit to that, and this credit will be considered for awarding that diploma or degree, whatever he is admitted for. So many students have got this, but there will be question, then what is the benefit for these people, especially for faculties or practitioners? So this is the enhancement of knowledge. Basically, GIAN program is Global Initiative for Academical Network. The purpose of this program is to have some kind of expertise from the actual experts who are not, that kind of expertise is not there in our country. And we can even collaborate with the experts who are from different parts of the world. So everything is taken care by the Department of Education now. Earlier it was Minister of Education now. Earlier it was Human Resource Development. So with this program, I request all of you to get maximum benefit out of it. The expert is here. So in case you want to collaborate with him, you can discuss with him and you can formulate your research activities, or you can have some exchange program. You can have through government channels or even through institution channels. Everything will be enabled through Department of Education or Ministry of Education. And suppose your institution is interested to get into this GIAN program, you can always register. There are some minimum requirements, minimum eligibility condition. Initially it was only NAC grade, now it is NAC plus NIRF plus all such grades are there. You can go through that GIAN program, and even you can attend. Suppose, say for example, you are all here for this offline program. Suppose you can't attend this kind of program, every time the GIAN website is having links for different topics. You can just browse through the GIAN website. You will get n number of programs being run by different institutions. You can attend them virtually, and but you can't get certificates. But to get the certificates, you have to be here offline. And I wish everyone every success, and if you have any confusion or if you want to collaborate, our expertise here, and in case you want, if you fail to get in touch with him, our coordinator is here, so you can always have a channel to deal with these kind of problems. You can have a better future in terms of research. If it is not there in your institution, you can always enhance your knowledge. You can encourage your younger faculties or students to get through this channel and enhance the level of knowledge. I wish everyone every success. I hope you will all enjoy on the last day. I mean, when it reaches to the last day, I think you will feel, satisfied, totally satisfied with this kind of program. I wish everyone every success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing very useful information for most of us. It is worth mentioning that apart from AICT and ATAL programs, this is the fourth time Professor B.S. Shekhar has successfully organized a GIAN program at Mangalore University. Bringing such a prestigious national initiative supported by the Government of India to our campus consistently reflects his vision and tireless efforts. May I now invite Professor B.H. Shekhar, Senior Professor and Coordinator, to share the outline of this program.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure and honor for me to stand before you to say a brief about this GIAN program on artificial intelligence in medicine. So it is a team effort, in fact, by the Department of Computer Science to organize these kind of events. Chairman on our department, Chairman Professor Manjayar, Professor Shashreka, all my research colleagues. So in fact, supported me in organizing these kind of events, not only by myself, and with a sound support by our administration, headed by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.L. Dharmaji. So, welcome all of you once again to this GIAN program on artificial intelligence. Respected dignitaries on the dais, so my dear colleagues, participants from different institutions. You know, Mangalore University is established over 4 decades ago and has emerged as one of the Indian premier institute with NAC accreditation, and also we have national and international recognition. We offer nearly 50 post-graduation programs, 36 doctoral programs, and houses 188 affiliate colleges. It's known for advanced research such as microtron, CARER, CART, OSTC, and all the faculty members are involved in teaching, research, placing the university among the top institutions for chemical science research and international collaborations mainly. In particular, our department was established in 1992, has been a leader in IT education and research in the areas of machine learning, pattern recognition, image processing, data mining, computer networks, and recently, you know, AI is the emerging area which we are also focusing, linking to the different applications. The department has 2 master's degree programs, MSc in computer science and MCA, that is Masters in Computer Applications. And doctoral programs have been nationally and internationally recognized, and we have students from the international locations also. So about this particular program, to say, this program on artificial intelligence in medicine addressing the transformative role of AI in healthcare, advances in digital computing and machine learning that have enabled, you know, AI to play a pivotal role in diagnosis, treatment planning, drug discovery, disease surveillance, and patient care. So these AI applications in healthcare range from not only reading the medical images and the scans to predicting disease outbreaks and assisted in clinical decision making. So in this context, the main objective of this program is to understand the applications of AI and ML, deep learning for medical image analysis. So to provide insight into medical image concepts and evaluation of AI and ML research, learning computer vision and deep learning algorithms for medical data processing, and more of its plan to provide, I discussed with Professor Pascal, he said he'll give a domain knowledge which is more important, and then implementation details can be taken up at the later stage. The code could be shared and definitely can do that. So therefore, we thought to concentrate more on theoretical concepts which really required domain knowledge, which is really required to carry out, and also the kind of research work that you can take up, because he is one who worked on both the domains, not only in the engineering part, the statistics part, and also on the actual medical data that he has worked on. So when I'm having a discussion with him, he's mentioned that he will involve his research friends, postdocs, to have a discussion, and online presentations also we are having by his colleagues apart from his presentation in person here. So that's why we have considered the faculty from various institutions, and our Vice Chancellor has asked me to make it free so that it is visible. Our university is also globally visible, and we can have more number of participants from all over the nation. In fact, we received overwhelming, more than 140 plus present registration, and many of them expressed their inability to attend in online, but however, we made this program offline. Therefore, we have selected 40 participants out of them who have expressed to present the session in offline mode. We have participants from different states, including our neighboring states, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and also Andhra Pradesh. And from our colleges, faculty are there from engineering colleges, our neighboring colleges, PA College of Engineering, and then SJC, Mysore, and also Coimbatore. I think there are many students from Coimbatore. So Ramakrishna Engineering College and other Excel Engineering College, and also from Vignan University from Guntur, Andhra Pradesh. And we have many more, probably some of the participants, and also we have professionals also. So Dr. Chakrapani is here from KMC, and Dr. Pannappa. Because of the transportation issue, some of the participants are yet to come. Particularly, I know there is a disturbance, raining. Because of that reason, some of the participants are still on the way. And as you know, it's already presented in the brochure that the course will cover introduction to AI for women's health, AI for CT and MRI analysis, AI tools for the medical data, which will be taken by his postdoc, and clinical applications of CAD and AI, and also finally, which is most important, on data ethics and policy, because when you are going to process medical data, it's very much required to look at the ethical issues. So Pascal will take care of that, and finally, what exactly the outcome that you can get from this program, which probably you would say at the end of this completion of this course. It basically aims at bridging the gap between AI and the research and the medical practice by offering interdisciplinary insights into how AI can revolutionize healthcare delivery. In the sense, we have discussed with him, he says that what is the job market for the students right now, just by having only computer science. So, you know that it is highly competitive. In that context, having domain knowledge and also the engineering technology background on top of it would definitely secure a good job, either in the industry or in the academia. So that's what is his perception, and he's trying to provide both issues. From the engineering perspective, what is required, and from the domain knowledge, what is required. And also statistics, data analytics, which is very, very important, as not by just improving 90 to 90.5 may not be very, very significant in the field of medical image processing, and particularly when it comes to a large data analytics, how good it is more important. So you will get to know the insights of all these issues by an expert, Dr. Pascal, on this occasion, I would like to say. And I wish, this is just an outline, and I shall share once this inaugural session is over with all of you, what exactly is the plan, and highlight, this program is to know more about the kind of medical imaging and the technologies so far available, and how we can develop. And we have the also planned for the youngsters present over here, some practical sessions. Certainly all of you are welcome to do the practical sessions also by our research scholars. This is the high-level view of our program. I hope you will enjoy, and then I wish you all the best, and also request you to cooperate for the success of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that comprehensive and insightful overview of the program. We are honored to have our chief guest, Dr. Pascal Turrell, Director of Data Science and Associate Professor with the Department of Medical Imaging, Temerty Faculty of Medicine, University of Toronto. Your insights will truly inspire our participants. May I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's absolutely my pleasure and an honor for me to attend this event. It's my first time in India, so I'll tell you that's probably one of the main reasons I agreed to do this, was to have the pleasure to come here and visit your great country. I enjoy teaching about artificial intelligence, so that's another reason I'm here. You are welcome to ask questions anytime. If you feel you'd like to change the curriculum, you're well, as long as he's okay with it, you're welcome to ask, and we can adapt, what we're teaching this week to accommodate you and what you would like to do. I'm going to jump right into the main reason I enjoy teaching in other countries in Canada, and that is global health. So everybody here I would imagine, has a different idea of what global health is, right? But I can just tell you very quickly, and you will be able to relate to it very well in India, that the beginnings of global health started during colonization. So when countries were colonized, the colonizing country, their purpose was to safeguard the health of who was in the country colonizing, right? But that, of course, once the colonies were no longer, global health shifted, and it became a very patronizing practice of the countries that have versus the countries that have not, in order to assist in healthcare in those countries. But that was very patronizing, right? So meaning that, we would go to countries that don't have established healthcare and help them. The new global health, and that's the reason I'm here, is that of partnership. Because we have realized that we now live in a global setting, and that the health of your country in India is as important as the health of our country in Canada. And it has to be a partnership. And we learned that through COVID, but even before that. But mostly during COVID, it was an eye-opener. And so that's the new global health. And it is interesting that we now have a wonderful tool in order to address global health, and that's AI. And so I think, and I hope during this week, that I will be able to share with you some ideas of how maybe you could leverage this new tool called artificial intelligence to assist in the delivery of healthcare here in India. Because unfortunately, the separation between private and public healthcare still exists. There's no doubt, right? And that exists in all countries. We're lucky in Canada that we do have what's called universal healthcare, which essentially, there is still private care, but there's very little of it compared to how much is delivered through public. But in India and the United States and in England and all those countries, there is still quite a separation between private and public care. And so this is where I hope, artificial intelligence will be able to balance a little bit, right? So the ability for us to deliver healthcare or assist in the delivery of healthcare through cost-effective methods that would be supported by artificial intelligence. That's the plan. And I think I hope what you will learn this week is that artificial intelligence is not only the ability to identify rare tumors, because that's probably the first thing that everybody thinks of, is let's develop an algorithm that's going to identify an extremely rare tumor. So that's noble, but how many people does that help? Not many, because it's a rare disease. So actually, it's the application of AI to the mundane, repetitive tasks in the delivery of healthcare that's probably going to, provide the most impact. So, for instance, access to care is probably one of the biggest problems that we face today. Is who actually has access to healthcare is a problem. But I believe artificial intelligence will help, because who doesn't have one of these? Which is amazing. So I do a lot of work in Costa Rica and the Philippines, and especially with indigenous communities in Costa Rica, and you would think that they wouldn't have a cell phone, because I have to hike an hour and a half to 3 hours to get to villages in Costa Rica in order to collect data, and I'll explain that this week. But they all have a cell phone. Who would have thought, right? Because you don't even have self-service in those villages. They walk down, because they live up in the mountains, they walk down an hour and a half minimum to get cell service. But they still all own a cell phone. So just imagine the power you have through what's called mHealth, so mobile health, to use this phone in order to deliver healthcare. It's all there and everybody has it. So I can't see why it would be any different here in India to have that opportunity to leverage, your cell phone and artificial intelligence. And it's not easy, because the algorithms we develop, and I've already talked to some colleagues, you can't fit it on a phone because it's too big. The algorithms we work with are enormous. There are thousands of parameters in these algorithms. So to put it on a phone is actually very challenging. And so there's an area that can be focused on immediately. So anyway, there you go. So that's the goal of this week. Once again, thank you for inviting me. It's absolutely my pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Pascal, for those inspiring and thought-provoking insights. To deliver the presidential remarks, I am privileged to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.L. Dharma. Under his visionary leadership, Mangalore University has scaled new heights, leadership in the heights in academics, research, and international collaborations. His guidance continues to inspire faculty and students alike. Sir, may I request you to kindly address the gathering?
Namaskar to everybody. Dear delegates, young friends, Dr. Pascal. The surname, I don't know whether I would be committing mistake, that's why I won't say it, Dr. Pascal. The man behind this program, Dr. Shekhar. Our Dean, Professor Manjaya, Dr. Ganesh Sanjeev, Nodal Officer, GIAN, Dr. Sashi Rekha, my colleagues and young friends. I'm indeed grateful to Dr. Shekhar for the wonderful opportunity to meet all of you, and then also meet Dr. Pascal. Thank you so much for coming to India, and you said it that this is the first time you are here, and we are really indeed grateful. You have come in a very absolutely, festive mood in India. The whole month we will celebrate festivally here. Welcome to India once again. Thank you so much. The topic that is chosen by the Department of Computer Science to not only discuss about, to also, worry about what is happening today, particularly in terms of the global health, needs to be seen from the different perspectives. I'm sure, you are the experts on the field. Dr. Pascal here is to lead us, and the most experienced doctors from KMC, Dr. Chakrapani Sahib is here, and most of you are one or the other ways technically absolutely qualified. I do not belong to technical field, rather not even to medical field. I hail from a social science background. Let me also speak to you about my concern, because it is AI, artificial intelligence. and then you speak about the global health, let me also tell you a few things which might help you in terms of addressing the larger issues concerning not only Canada, Costa Rica, throughout the world, especially India. Dr. Pascal said it absolutely rightly. The colonial, both pre as well as post-colonial system have made us think all the time, twice, thrice, to understand how, if not the whole world, at least in India, the medical world, the patch-breaking research and the experiments, even prior to British rule in India, was at the top. And then we were very, very happy. Every Hamiltons, every cantons, like our villages here, in one or the other way had access to the local medicines that were available. I'm talking of medicine here because the title is Artificial Intelligence in Medicine. And we also have had Ayurveda, which has a history, which has been part of the life, part of the entire life, which has really done a good job, and today it is also doing extremely well, where you are completely depended upon the nature to produce Ayurvedic medicines. Now you said the global health is a major concern, a matter to be reckoned with. Now we don't no more, respect each other. If you are allopathy, you don't respect the Ayurvedic because there is a schism between. There is an ideological war in India today between these two important, knowledge systems, both Ayurvedic as well as the allopathic, which is becoming absolutely problematic. Thank you also for bringing us and, reminding us about the major gap between the public as well as the private health, which is now the present crisis in India. I'll tell you crisis because the upper hand with the private institutions and the public health sectors is almost dwindling, and the government is almost losing the interest. Government no more wants to be called it as a welfare state, because even in America, the concept of welfare state was because it was primarily taking care of the health sector. It was also part of the policy decisions of India when India was independent, immediately declared with independence, where both the food sector as well as the medical sector, health sector, were supposed to be the primary sector of the government. Over the days, as you said, time has passed, and we need to also go with the time. We also need to think twice, thrice, in terms of the time that is changing fast. We need to adjust with what is happening, and that's why the government has also made way for all private sectors in a big way. In Mangalore itself, Chakrapani sab knows very well, Mangalore itself, we have now 8 medical colleges. 8 medical colleges. Yes, sir? All private. And they are trying to tell us, look, you people are really absolutely under crisis. All 8 medical colleges are doing well. Every time you have a rush, every time on the road, Professor Pascal, you have the, killing siren of, ambulances, reminding us that there are emergency cases everywhere. Go to any highways, any rural areas, the ambulance has a beautiful, very, very nice alarming sound saying that, look, the health is serious and your health condition is very serious. That's why the ambulance rushes. The private business is doing extremely well. Every next day you have a new building coming up attached to private medical colleges. With due respect to what KMC does, everybody does. I'm a statesman and therefore I can speak about this. Over the years, the government has almost, stopped speaking for the health system. If my memory goes well, correct me, Dr. Sanjeev, he has all the data on his fingertips. In India, at least in India, I don't want to speak about what happens in America, United States of America. In India, we have more than 25 to 30,000 public health centers. 25 to 30 public health centers. This is what Medical Council of India says. And we use this because we want this to be, using for the population analysis. In Karnataka, if I'm right, 2003 to 2,500 public health centers. They are not doing well. Thank you for your wonderful work. Not only the doctors are available, and even if they are available, they are part-time. I have also health center here where there is no part-time, where there is no full-time doctor to treat all our employees here. And we only hire from the Nitte and then the Kanachu, the nearby medical colleges. All these 2,003 to 2,500, public health centers have a serious problem of infrastructure. No medicine is available. And then no doctors are also available. And then who visits this? Thank you for also saying that our standard of life has increased. All of them have become professors. They also have about 5, 3, 6 figures of salary. And there are n number of people today who do not have an access to private medical colleges. They have a wonderful novel idea. I think Chakrapani sir must tell you. This medical, schemes have been introduced here to attract the poor people. But the poor people do not get attracted to that because it is not affordable to go and then stay and then use their medicines as well. The private health centers public health centers are only their way out. And I am bringing it to your concern. Please also help us so that it is not only the data analysis that takes place, big data analysis takes place, not only learning. The social concern needs to be also highlighted. And I don't know whether AI can respond to this. Most of you have seen the dead bodies are today carried on the bicycles. Mothers and their fathers' dead bodies are carried on those shoulders by their own, children. The rural areas today do not have even a connecting bridges between the city as well as the village. The pregnant women suffered, deliver in the bus, the auto rickshaws, sometimes even the bullock carts, and then they don't have, attention today. And we have a wonderful Mangalore city. But we also have, areas where the medicines are not available to larger number of people. I'm talking of access to medicine. I request all the scientists here to integrate, as Dr. Pascal said, to integrate both the modern and the existing reality. Most of us have started looking at up and what is existing on the domain. What Dr. Shekhar said, addressing the domain reality. The domain reality never becomes the reality to all of us. The policy makers today, the public representatives today, do not emphasize these concerns as priority to them. They would rather go for a computer science department, advanced computer science departments, with the support of AI or whatever, to establish in Mangalore University. They would fund even. But they wouldn't fund about the public health department here. They wouldn't fund for the demographical studies, population studies. I'm really worried, Dr. Pascal. As an academic administrator, I would rather also think twice when these sweeping statements are made, and then this tool is there to homogenize everything. Instead of homogenizing, it might even create problem. When internet came in, we were all, told, look, internet can spoil everything. And we realize now, because of the internet, we don't have even friendly talk between two individuals sitting next to us. We rather enjoy sending text and then have a dialogue, rather than we don't use our tongue, which is part of the body, which is part of my body, which helps you to speak on the sound box, which never. Though he sits next to me, I would love to send him email saying that, chalo, I'm coming, Dr. Shekhar, to the department. I'll send a message that I'm there. I'm little worried how internet has spoiled us, where the human is missing. This AI, I'm also very much absolutely positive. It might bring in large number of changes in terms of computing the large number of data. Absolutely fine. But at the same time, this society is not a homogeneous society. And first let AI help us in making us all equal, so that things becomes little easy. Last, Pascal Sir, with due respect to Dr. Saab from KMC. When we go to doctor, I also go to doctor. I visit all of you doctors. Sometimes, chalo, you try this medicine. You try this medicine. We'll see 2 to 3 days afterwards. You please come back. My friend also goes, I'm sorry, you don't go because you're healthy than me. My ex-friend also goes to doctor. His body, his physical structure, food habits, and then the genetical formations from the generations is totally different. He requires no medicine, whereas I require medicines. I eat a different food, whereas he does very different kind of things. Can artificial intelligence, bring in some commonalities between the physical structures of the people? That is what you said. I'm so happy that you brought it to all of us, so that some common medicine is available to everybody, cheaper rate, accessible to each one. Otherwise, what happens? We keep experimenting. We keep experimenting with everybody's body here. Chalo, try this. After 5 days, come back. If everything is fine, we'll stop it, or we'll try with other medicine. So you keep experimenting. It tells me to an ordinary, non-medical, non-science student, maybe all of us are different. All of us, God has made us different. That's why common medicines cannot be prescribed. That's why doctors prescribe different medicines to different individuals. And they are also doing research on the body. Can AI also tell something of this kind to all of us? And more than anything else, as you said, with your mobile phones, which is available with 1,200 rupees today, everyone has access to mobile phone today, and everybody is happy, and everybody spends more time than required in terms of do whatever you do of your choice. Can therefore medicine in future days be accessible to each one of us? The recent addition, Dr. Pascal Saab, is Janaushadhi. Thanks to Government of India for a wonderful job that it has done. Janaushadhi is people's medicine store, where you go, you buy medicine which is otherwise sold 10 times higher in another medical shop. Whereas here, a medicine which is available for 10 rupees, we sold at rupees 1,000 or more than that, with even GST. So I'm so happy at least poor people have some way out today to go to Janaushadhi to buy medicines. I request you, help our young friends, so that, this heterogeneous crowd is brought to homogeneous status, wherein science like this, AI like this will help us. Not only here, at least India is little better because the standard of life has increased over the years. But I've seen some of those countries outside where I think intelligence like you and the concern like you are required more, and they are all expecting you to deliver a wonderful job to do what God wants us to do. And that is what the light will, that is what the lamp we lit this morning. You did it. Let everybody get the access to medicine. Let AI bring down the cost of production into zero. Please also see that these 3 issues that I have brought to you, an ordinary man like me has given you little work to think it over. You might have already thought about it. Think it over and deliver the goods. My dear friends, thank you so much. And I'm told that, across the states, people have come here from Kerala and Tamil Nadu and Rajasthan. Andhra Pradesh, thank you so much. Aurangabad, yeah? Thank you so much for coming to Mangalore University. Whenever there is a break, please take a round. We have a wonderful green campus. Not a good canteen, but still you can visit our canteen. Unlike the medical colleges, they have a very sophisticated canteens, and I understand that. Have a wonderful time. But you also have a time, if there is a time that is, you permit them, please visit us in our library. We have a wonderful library which is known in not only South India, but no, our library is seen as one of the finest place where you have a wonderful collections. And if people are from the literature side, you have a great collections, just have a look and have a good time. Thank you so much for the wonderful time.
We sincerely thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor for the enlightening address and for emphasizing the growing role and need of artificial intelligence in India's progress. Thank you, sir. To express gratitude on behalf of the organizing committee, I now invite Professor H.L. Shashireka to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to thank one and all who have directly or indirectly helped us to arrange this event. First of all, I would like to thank the president of today's function, Professor P.L. Dharma sir, Vice Chancellor of Mangalore University. In spite of his busy schedule, he has agreed to participate in this and he is with us. Thank you very much, sir. And the faculty of this GIAN program, we have Dr. Pascal from University of Toronto. And he has come all the way from Toronto to deliver this or to handle this GIAN program, Artificial Intelligence in Medicine. So thank you very much. We have Dean and Dean Faculty of Science and Chairperson of Department of Computer Science, Professor Manjaya. Thank you very much, sir. We also have with us the Nodal Officer, Nodal Officer of GIAN Program in Mangalore University, Professor Ganesh Sanjeeva. Thank you very much, sir. And we have faculty members of other various departments of Mangalore University, staff, research scholars, and students. And we also have participants from different parts of the country, and without which this program would not have taken this shape. So thank you very much for coming to Mangalore University to attend this program. As our Vice Chancellor mentioned rightly, take some time to go around the campus and see how beautiful our campus is. And I also take this opportunity to thank Professor B.H. Shekhar, the coordinating faculty of this program. And I would like to thank the university authorities for helping us and supporting us in all the way to arrange this program. I also thank Computer Center staff for the live telecast of this GIAN program, photographer Dr. Chandrasekhar to capture the photos, and but not the least, I thank very much, or I take this opportunity to thank all the staff members, research scholars, students of Computer Science Department in arranging this event. So thank you one and all.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam, for acknowledging everyone's contribution so gracefully. With that, we conclude the formal inauguration ceremony. Let us now move forward into the technical sessions with renewed enthusiasm and curiosity. Thank you and have a wonderful learning experience ahead. Dear participants, you may take break for next half an hour and assemble back at 11:30. Thank you.
great minds are not only defined by their knowledge, but by their ability to innovate and inspire. A pleasant morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our distinguished speaker and resource person for the 6-day GIAN program on AI in medicine. Dr. Pascal is a renowned data scientist, a unique blend of research methodologist, computer and database solutions architect, and innovator. He received his PhD in medical science from University of Toronto, Canada, with his doctoral research in pediatric rheumatology at the prestigious Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto. At present, he is the Director of Data Science and Associate Professor in the Department of Medical Imaging, Timothy Faculty of Medicine, University of Toronto. He is also the founding director of My Data Data Science Program and holds cross appointments with the Institute of Medical Science and the Department of Statistical Sciences. His research primarily focuses on introducing statistically sound and innovative artificial intelligence and machine learning approaches to the study of medical images and health outcome research. Dr. Pascal has also played pivotal roles as the founding director and the co-founder of the Medical Image Network Enterprise. Extending his contributions beyond academia, he is the CEO and co-founder of Softex Innovations, a software startup company, and serves as an advisory board member at the Demeter Innovation Lab. His academic excellence is well reflected in his prolific research output. He has published extensively in reputed international journals, contributing significantly to the fields of biostatistics, data science, and machine learning in medical imaging. His scholarly impact is evident with over 6,904 citations, an H-index of 42, and I-10 index of 79, which highlight the global recognition of his work. With such an illustrious profile combining research, innovation, and leadership, we are privileged to have Dr. Pascal with us today as a chief guest and speaker of the 6-day GIAN program on artificial intelligence in medicine, organized by the Department of Computer Science at Mangalore University. Sir, I request Professor Pascal to take over the session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, does everybody hear me? Do I need this? I usually project well, but I want to make sure everybody can hear. So is that okay? You want me to keep this on? We'll just see how it works. So thank you very much. Once again, thank you for hosting me, inviting me to India. I appreciate it. It's been, so far, it's only been here a couple of days, so far it's been great. And I'm happy to share with you some insights to the application of AI in medicine. So I will start. I know a wonderful introduction. Thank you. I will go through it just because it will help for you to understand where I'm coming from and what you are able to ask questions of. I'll tell you a little bit about where I'm coming from. All right. So, University of Toronto is the largest university in Canada. There are not that many public universities in Canada. But the University of Toronto is the largest, and then if you know Canada, the University of British Columbia, that's the next biggest university, and so forth. I'm part of the Faculty of Medicine, the Temerty Faculty of Medicine. That's where my primary appointment is, which is in medical imaging. So that's where I'm the Director of Data Science. I'm also part of what's called the Institute of Medical Science. So the Institute of Medical Science is the graduate student unit. So who here is a master's and PhD student? Well, there should be a few, right? Quite a few, yeah. So the Institute of Medical Sciences is where we have our graduate students for the Faculty of Medicine. And in our Institute of Medical Science, there's about 650 graduate students like you. So master's and graduate students, we have 650 for the Temerity Faculty of Medicine. I'm also the director of what's called EDIIA, so I don't know what you call it here in India, but EDI is the equity, right? So it's the diversity, equity, diversity, inclusion, indigeneity, so for indigenous cultures, and accessibility. So I'm the director for that in the IMS. The reason I bring that up is because we're going to talk this week about bias, right? So biased algorithms is a problem, actually in everywhere, but especially in medicine, all right? And so there's a lot of inequality in the delivery of AI. And so I'm going to talk to you about that. I'm losing my slide. No worries. Okay, I'm also part of the Faculty of Arts and Science. In the Faculty of Arts and Science, that's where we host science. And I'm part of the Department of Statistical Sciences, so I'm a statistician, essentially, okay? So I represent the Faculty of Arts and Science that way, and we're getting feedback. Did that go back on? Okay. So these two here, this is what's called a faculty affiliate. So I'm part of what's called the Schwartz-Reisman Institute of Technology and Society. So that's a research group, essentially, that focuses on what we're going to talk about all week. I'm also what's called a faculty fellow. We can just turn this off. Like if it's going to be a problem, do you want me to turn it off? You sure? Yes. You sure? Okay. You don't. Okay. I'll stay over here. So faculty fellow, this is called community engaged learning. I don't know if you guys do that here in India. I suspect you do. But community engaged learning is where you collaborate with partners in the community in order to do education and research. Okay, so that's called community engaged learning. So I'm a faculty fellow for that. And I'm an associate member for another university, actually two more universities, but this one here is called the Toronto Metropolitan University. So I'm an affiliate there for engineering, okay? So for engineering. And last but not least, the reason I'm bringing this up is I'm also a visiting professor at the University of Costa Rica. And the reason I'm working in the School of Medicine at the University of Costa Rica is to do exactly what I'm going to talk about all week, which is using AI to assist in the delivery of healthcare. And Costa Rica is considered so you have what's called LMICs, okay? So that's low middle income countries, LMIC. And Costa Rica is a middle income country, but kind of on the upper end of middle income, almost what would be called high income, right? India, I believe, is a middle income country as well. I don't know where you are in the middle income. I'll have to look that up. The Philippines, for instance, is middle income, but near the bottom, okay? I don't know where India is. I would imagine probably in the middle. Maybe if someone knows, you can tell me, okay? So that's the reason I work with Costa Rica. I help the government make decisions about how to deliver their health care. And I'll explain that in this week as well. Okay? So anyway, it was I'm sorry it was a long time, but it's just to give you an idea of where I'm coming from, where my, expertise lies and my interests. I'm going to be talking to you about medicine all week, but I also have an interest in agriculture, and I met a fellow botanist somewhere during, who's the botanist? Oh, yeah. So, my master's, when I started my education, I did my master's in botany, okay, at the University of Toronto. And then I switched. I went into, it was actually microbiology because I was doing what's called cyanobacteria, which is a form of algae. And that's how I did my work in botany. And so I love agriculture and plants. And so I still do some research in AI for agritech, what's called agritech, which is the delivery of technology to agriculture. And so I work with coffee plantations in Costa Rica, right? So I bring that up because there's some interest here, of course, as well, in putting AI into that area, right, into agriculture. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you. So I don't know if you, I would suspect you do the same thing here in India. So we do disclosures, what's called disclosures. And that means I might be biased in the delivery of my content, right? And so I share with you, I have two startup companies, Softex Innovations, where I currently run, which is software for the delivery of AI in healthcare. Asage was a medical device company which I exited. So I'm no longer part of Asage. It was purchased. So I'm no longer part of that. I also work with pharma companies, so Novo Nordisk and Sobi. And I also work with medical imaging companies, which you'll get an introduction during the week, Claritas and Analytica Occidental. Interestingly, Claritas here, the founder is just up the road in Goa. So he's a friend of mine, and his wife has family in Goa. And so he's actually there right now, actually, which is kind of funny, just a coincidence. So that's Claritas, and then the other two I was already introduced. Demeter Innovation Lab is in Costa Rica, and Piano Up is music, and that's just a startup that we worked together with a postdoc of mine, right? Okay, so those are my disclosures. Just be aware, be careful what you share with me. I might commercialize it. No. I mean, I'm joking about it, but it's true. That's the reason you give disclosures, right? Is that if you're going to put up your hand and share IP, intellectual property, about a project that you've started, you need to know that I'm in a position to benefit from that, right? It never happens because I would never do that to begin with, but it is something for you to know, right? And that's the reason we talk about it. Voila. So this week, you're going to see a whole mishmash of different style of slide formatting and design. And the reason for it is because when I was invited to do this, it was based on a course that I teach at the University of Toronto called AI in Medicine. And it's available to you online. You can access it online through my website, and you can view the videos and the whole thing. It's all yours. So these slides are directly from my course. But then you're going to have a whole bunch of slides throughout the week that are going to be from presentations I give when I'm invited to speak, wherever, right? So it's going to be a mix of slides. I thought, I'll change all the formatting, but I'll just use the slides the way they are, okay? There we go. Oh, so yeah, there's a timer. It's on the timing presentation. I forgot. I should have ruined. Anyway, I'll deal with it. So let me show you how I got started. Okay, so first of all, I started programming in 1980. That might date me a little bit, right? And the computer I used, it was actually an 82 or something like that. But the computer I used was a Commodore VIC-20. Does anybody here remember the Commodore VIC-20? Probably not. But that's what my computer looked like. And I had to record, the data was actually on cassettes. You guys don't even remember cassettes probably. Some of you must remember cassettes, but anyway. It's a magnetic tape, and that's where my programs were stored, right? The programming language was called BASIC programming language. And that, I'm sure here, definitely, you know of BASIC, and I'm sure you've heard of it. It's not used anymore, really, right? But after learning programming, I went into science, and I didn't do any programming until probably my graduate work. And then, as you know, I did a master's in botany, and then I did a PhD in botany, actually, for about 4 years, and then I quit. My supervisor wasn't very happy. And I went into the computer industry and worked in computers. And I was a COBOL programmer, COBOL Kix, and for MVS, the big mainframes. And India is huge, or was huge for COBOL. COBOL programming in India was just massive. But that's where I learned to program. Now, the reason I'm showing you this, that's an iPhone 6. I would suspect nobody here has an iPhone 6, right? Because that's old. That's old stuff. You have an iPhone 6, okay, that's sad. That's right, you need to upgrade, right? I'm kidding. But, that's the challenge of these days.
Does anyone recognize what this is? Anybody? So this is as tall as me. It's about 6 feet. That is a supercomputer. It's IBM's Deep Blue. And if you look at the size of your phone compared to Deep Blue, that's the comparison. Okay? So, in 1997, who plays chess here? No chess fanatics in the room? Really? Really? Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. So do you guys remember who Garry Kasparov was? Is? He's still alive? Right. So one of the top Russian chess masters ever, right? And that computer beat Garry Kasparov in 1997. And that was a big deal. That was a big deal because a computer to beat a chess master was a big deal. Now, everybody understand what a gigaflop is? Gigaflop? No? So how do you measure compute power? You measure it in flops, okay? Gigaflops, megaflops, petaflops, okay. So I'm asking you here, one of these devices has 11 gigaflops and the other one has 142 gigaflops. So just remember, gigaflops is a measure of compute power. So which one do you think has the larger gigaflops? Anybody? I mean, it's kind of a, I'm leading you into this question, right? So can anyone guess which one has the larger compute power? Yeah, the mobile phone. And actually, 142 gigaflops is a bit sad, because it's a lot more. I mean, the iPhone 6 is even less than 142. 142 is probably close to where the iPhone is. Probably a bit more now, 180, something like that. The iPhone 6 is like in the 50s or something, like much less. So just imagine you are all walking around with a supercomputer in your pocket. So for you younger generation, you may not appreciate that because you never had that problem. When I was working on the VIC-20, the compute power was ridiculously small. And the memory was even smaller, right? So what I was able to do in BASIC was practically nothing, right? But now we all walk around with a supercomputer. So why is that great? Well, because, and Edward Fredkin from MIT, one of the, godfathers of AI, so yes, of course, Geoffrey Hinton, who won the Nobel Prize for it, is well recognized for it, but there are others who contributed to the development of AI over the time, and one of them is Edward Fredkin from MIT, and he quotes, and this is just a fun quote, just to warm you guys up a little bit, right? So there are 3 great events in history. 1, the creation of the universe. 2, the appearance of life. The third one, which I think is equal in importance, is the appearance of artificial intelligence. Now, he made this quote many, 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 many years ago, right? Why do I say it? Because, think of it, he was just joking, really. I mean, kind of. The appearance of artificial intelligence is really going to be very impactful. And no matter what you think or do, it will be. So many people think, oh, well, if we pretend it's not there, it's going to go away. It's never going to go away, okay? Oh, oops. My slides are on timers, that's why, sorry. So, what I would like to encourage you to do, and once again, this is an older quote, is to take into account this quote, physician. We need to take the artificial away from our embrace of technology. The term AI should stand for augmented intelligence, not artificial, but augmented, so meaning it's helping us. Geoffrey Hinton just recently, like a couple of days ago or something, stated that there's a risk that AI is going to exceed our capacity, right? It's going to exceed our intelligence. It's possible. It's very possible. I don't know when. I don't think it's going to be in our lifetime, maybe. But it's definitely something to think of. And you need to understand, how to apply AI. So if we continue to apply it as a tool, even if it ends up being of higher capacity than our own intelligence, it's still a tool. Okay, it's under our control. And that's what Jeffrey Hinton was alluding to, is that we need to retain control by making it, you know, appreciate us as humans. Right? That's, anyway, I don't know if you caught it on the news, but. Okay, another quote. I don't see AI as competitive, but rather as an augmentation and expansion of radiologists' capabilities. I'm going to talk a lot about radiology because inevitably I'm in medical imaging, okay? So that's the way we see AI helping radiology. It's not to replace the radiologist, it's to provide the radiologist with a wonderful tool, okay? So let's just go through a little bit of definitions just to get you guys going. So why are we so smart? We've survived billions of years of evolution, right? We are dominating the world, we are, right, in terms of a species. We do learn from our mistakes. It's very difficult to avoid, very difficult to admit we made mistakes, but we do, and we learn from it. And we adapt ourselves to perform better, right? We adapt. Inevitably, we have to adapt, right? And so that is, in essence, why the human race is considered smart, right? So what's artificial intelligence, right? So intelligence is the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. Okay, boring definition, but that's essentially one of the main definitions for intelligence. In McCarthy, in 1956, at a conference in Dartmouth, United States, coined the term artificial intelligence with some colleagues. It wasn't just him, he had some colleagues as well. That AI is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. That was the start of the term artificial intelligence, okay? Now, if all of you just need to remember one thing about how to describe AI, you can just remember 3 words: store, compute, and learn, okay? That is what has brought or enabled us to benefit from AI. So storage, AI is very data hungry. Machine learning is very data hungry. So you need the ability to store data. If you do not have the capacity to store vast amounts of data, then you're going to be limited in what you can do using machine learning. Oh. Compute, you need the compute power, and we just went through that. The reason that Jeffrey Hinton is finally successful with his lifelong work in machine learning is because of this, okay? When he started it, he started publishing artificial intelligence and machine learning and neural networks in the late 70s, early 80s, a long time ago. But he was never successful because he never had the capacity to actually get it to work at scale. And so that's the reason he won the Nobel Prize, because he hung in there. Instead of saying, no, I'll do something else. He continued. And because of that, he showed that it was possible. Now the last piece, if you have storage and compute, that's great. But for machine learning, or artificial intelligence, you need the ability to learn. Because if not, it's not machine learning, and there's no learning. Right? So there has to be the ability to learn. Okay? So if anybody at a party or something asks you, what is artificial intelligence or machine learning, just remember those 3 words: store, compute, learn. Okay? Those are the requirements. So I'm not going to bore you with this, but this is kind of the AI spectrum. It's definitely more complete than this. This is probably a little dated. But essentially you have, obviously, the machine learning area of it, which we'll go over this week, and you guys know it, I'm sure, which is supervised, unsupervised, learning and reinforcement learning. Natural language processing, which is huge now, right? NLP is just huge, right? I mean, now I don't want to single you out that way, but if you don't use ChatGPT, I'm just going to say, why aren't you? You should be, right? It's not perfect. Absolutely, it's not perfect. But what a fantastic tool to have in your pocket. My God, right? So if you're not using it, because, I don't believe it. When I ask, when I'm lecturing, and I'll have like halls, huge halls, like, 300, 400, 500 people. And I'll ask them, who here does not use ChatGPT, right? And you always have people put up their hand. I don't believe them. I think they're closet ChatGPT users. You know, they say, oh, I don't use it because it's terrible. But then in private, they use ChatGPT. How could you not? How could you not? Okay. Expert systems, vision, right? Image recognition, machine vision. You know, we do that. Speech, that's another huge area, right? Speech recognition. Speech to text, massive stuff, right? All of the translators, Google Translate, there's lots of stuff, right? Planning and robotics. Planning's boring. Boring, right? Who wants to do planning? Blah, right? But it's so impactful. It's so impactful. The use of artificial intelligence for doing mundane, repetitive tasks like planning is so impactful. And that's something you should consider. Don't always go for the rare disease detection. You know, sure, you're going to help the few people that have a rare disease, but and no offense to the people that have the rare disease, but you're not really helping lots of people, you're helping a few people, okay? Robotics, of course, very cool, and I can share with you guys, in the Philippines I was teaching robotics. It was a lot of fun. Who here has heard of the term disruptive technology? You guys know what a disruptive technology is? Who does? Put your hand up. Come on. Nobody's heard of disruptive technology? Okay, good. Awesome. Somebody. Yay. Yeah, there we go. Someone who's shy over there. So disruptive technology is used in the market. It's to do with the sale of product in the market, essentially. And how you describe it is very easy. It's essentially a 10 times improvement in performance of a product, whatever the performance is, in less than 10 years. So if you have a tenfold increase in performance in less than 10 years, that's called a disruptive technology. So, performance, time, and then you have what's called quality use, right? This is a demanding use because you need the performance. This is a low quality, low performance. Disruptive technology is one that's just exponential over your 10 years. So what are the examples? These are North American terms. I suspect Blockbuster is not a company that was in India. Maybe, I could be wrong. But do you remember the days when you went to watch videos at home? You rented the DVD or the video cassette, right? That is an example. That company, Blockbuster in North America, went bankrupt because it was taken over by Netflix. I suspect you have Netflix in India? Of course. So Netflix was streaming, and it just wiped out all of the CD, DVD, and VHS recording, right? Gone. Right? Now you stream. Everybody streams. You watch it on your phone. Right? So there's an example of a technology. The other one was Kodak. Dating myself again, but back in the day, you used to have to use film to take pictures. And Kodak was the biggest company on the planet that produced film. And when digital cameras started to make their appearance, Kodak said, nah, that's not going to happen. And of course, as you know, all pictures now are taken on your phone, right? So Kodak went bankrupt, right, for the same reason. So there's another example of a disruptive technology. So the use of digital photography was a disruptive technology. And AI, as you can imagine, is already a disruptive technology. Absolutely. Even though the term has been around since 1956, the use of AI is only very recent, right? Okay, the Industrial Revolution, you guys all learned this in high school, right? Boring stuff. But just to understand where we are today, this is the 4 steps of the Industrial Revolution. We are in cyber physical systems, the Internet of Things. Okay, that's where we are. Networking is where we're at. Okay, and it's because of that we can share data, we can collect data, we can use data. Before this, we did not have that capacity. But you need that data if you're going to train it. Data revolution. So today's just an intro, right? So during the week we'll go into detail. But essentially, who remembers what was called big data? No? Come on. Yeah, come on. Big data wasn't that long ago, right? Big data was probably like 2013, 14, 15, right? Big data was this concept that we have tons of data. We have a lot of data. How do we deal with data, right? And so the 3 V's, there's actually 5 of them now, but, or it's 7, some people use 7. But the 3 main V's is volume, velocity, and variety. So it means, volume means lots of data, velocity means how much data you're getting, in the pipeline, and variety means how many different types of data. So that was what was classified as the big data problem. And then AI kind of came out and just squashed big data, okay? I'd say AI started appearing kind of 2015-ish, something like that, right? 2016. Right? And why is that important? Because of this, variety. So we're gonna talk about that in machine learning. So who's heard of multimodal models? Anybody? Who's worked with multimodal models? So, right, the purpose of multimodal is to deal with this problem, the variety of data, inputting different types of data into a single model and fusing it. Not an easy task, okay? But it's possible now. So, AI, which we know is the capability of machine to imitate intelligent human behavior, that's what we're trying to work on, and it uses computers to model intelligent behavior, right? With minimal, intervention from us. We do want to automate, absolutely, but we still need to be part of the process. And I'm not saying that, it's a philosophical question. I'm not saying that we should be part of the process from a philosophical perspective, which is true. But it's also, we do need input from humans, okay? And why is that? So a lot of you might be thinking, why would we need humans? Like these machine learning algorithms are fantastic, right? They can learn on their own. So why do we need human input? Anybody? Why would we need human input? Sure. But why do we need to give it data? Couldn't it collect data on its own?
Because it acts like a human, right? So we have to think what, and we have to make it understand what we want, right? So we have to give it.
Very good. So that's exactly right, is we need an algorithm that's going to serve us. That's the purpose of the algorithm. It needs to benefit us, right? It needs to be in tune with us, integrated with us, because that's its purpose. If not, it would be all on its own, doing its own thing, and then who cares, right? And so that's a very important concept that many engineers in particular, because engineers are very into the technology, lose sight of that, okay? In the sense that they need to include in their work, why are they building that algorithm? Why does the algorithm need to behave in such a way? What is important with the output of that algorithm? Because sometimes the answer that an algorithm gives is not useful to us in society. Just because you can do it doesn't make it useful, okay? So, that's essentially what I'm saying here, right? So, if machines simulate what humans do, would they have our intelligence? So, probably. Like when you think of intelligence, right? Probably. It's possible. Is it coming? Yes. Is it here now? It's close, maybe. Right? But will the artificial intelligence ever be human? Now we could just talk a whole week about that topic, but what do you think? Do you think artificial intelligence will ever be human? There's a really easy answer for that. No. Why? Not because it's not going to be smart enough. We know it will be smart enough. It will actually exceed our capacity easily. So why will it never be us? Yeah, but you know, you saw the movie Terminator, right? Skynet's going to take over, right? So, but why? I'm just joking. I don't think it will take over. But what do you? Why can you not? Why can it not be human? Yeah, so can machines.
Based on the data on which it's trained, it's not for evidence.
Who's in biology here? There you go. So. Nah. So we'll talk about that too. You're right. Reasoning's not there yet, but it's coming. I think it's possible. But why will it? Even if you achieve general AI, which is reasoning, why would it never still be human? Nah, no. It will think. It will react. No, maybe general AI would be emotion. You guys are great. You're bringing up all the. We're going to cover all that. But yes, that's great. But no. Nah. Because some people have already said it, they do. They got fired from Google. Remember? That was a few years ago. There was an employee at Google who got fired for that, for saying that AI had a consciousness. So. Yeah, it's mimicking human behavior, sure, but so why can't it be human, ever? It will never be human. Why is that? So it's a biology. Yeah. No, you can imitate that. Recurrent networks. What do you all do every day? What did we just have? We just had a snack and tea. Why did we have to have a snack and tea? Because we're human, right? We have a body. We are biologically made up. Artificial intelligence will never have a body. They will never be born. So remember that. AI can absolutely exceed us. But it will never be human because it doesn't have a body. So how do you work your input in machine learning? You use data, numeric data. Even if it's imaging, it's numeric, right? It's pixels. So it's all numeric data that's being fed into a model. How do humans process? How do humans process? Neurons. But how does it collect the data? Is it collecting numeric data from a spreadsheet? Sensors. That's exactly right, sensors. So artificial intelligence is not going to have access to our human sensors. We could potentially connect human sensors to a machine, maybe, and they're trying to do that through that ridiculous link. I'm not even going to go there, but they're trying to do that. Okay, fine. Maybe in the future there'll be a connection. But don't forget, we are human. We eat, we sleep, we have limitations. That's what makes us human. Yay, let's celebrate that. And AI is never going to have that. It's never going to have that, right? So I'm going to go through this quickly because I suspect most of you know this story. Do you? Right? Neural networks. So neural networks is based on the human brain. Did you guys know that? You must have known that. So when you say you're working with neural networks, you're actually working with something that was developed in order to mimic the neural structure in your brain called synapses. Okay? And so the neuroscience is how it developed it. And essentially it's a complex system of neurons. And this is a biology lecture, and I don't want to necessarily go into too much. But it's how the neurons connect and how they learn, which is what was applied to machine learning. Okay, to the neural networks by Jeffrey Hinton and others for this learning, right? So the artificial neural network, ANN, which was the beginnings of the neural networks, they loosely follow, right, this simple process of information in the brain, okay? And essentially, the question, of course, is how does it store that information, right? And so that's how the neural. So how do neural networks store information? How is neural networks? How is it storing information? In the weights, in the weights, in the weights, right? So your brain does the same thing. So McCormick and Pitts actually described how this worked in 1943. What? That was at the same time as Turing, right? Turing, right? So this has been around for a while. And this question, of course, is that if you repeatedly stimulate a neuron, it learns that way, right? So it's more heavily weighted, just like in a neural network, right? And this is the weights in artificial intelligence. And this is how the neural network developed by Geoffrey Hinton won this prestigious computer vision competition, ImageNet, in 2012 by a massive margin, right? Dropping from 26 to 15%, which at the time was just spectacular. 2012. Remember, this was 2012. And that was the beginning, right? In 2022, that was the birth of ChatGPT, right? In these generative pre-trained transformers, right? GPT, right? And OpenAI released it in 2022, essentially, and then, you know, it's been around. They were working on it years before that, but that's when it was released and everybody got access to it, right? And this is, you know, obviously is the largest neural network that's ever been released and worked on, okay? So, as I said, in the neural networks, when we, you know, I'm not, like you guys are probably as knowledgeable as me in this, easily, right? But I wanted to share this with you so you can make a connection between what you're working on mathematically and your brain. It's just nice to think, huh, interesting, that the process that we're working on is similar. That's what's going on in our brain. So this is just a way of remembering. This is a funny way of remembering. Is that the nodes in your network are comparable to old men or women. I'm just, you know, I'm an old man, so I thought I would share that. With hearing difficulties, right? Standing at a distance from each other, right? So the farther you are away, if you can't hear, then you have to yell louder, right? And so they only hear when the sound is loud enough, and that is how it works in activation in nodes. Okay, that's the weighting, right? So here's your dendrites, which is your input, right? And then your cell body and your axon, and then the terminals, which is your out. It's very similar to your node in a neural network. Yeah.
It's not audible. Can you put that?
It's not audible. Oh, sorry, it keeps falling out. Sorry.
Little, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's online.
Oh,
also.
online. Oh, sorry. Sorry. See the poor online people. Okay, no problem. Is that better? It's a bit creepy, but it's okay. Okay, so the reason I'm bringing this up is just so that you understand how weighting works in neural networks. Okay? So the weighting in neural networks, you need that impetus to trigger, right, in a node, and that weight, right, which is essentially programmed into your training, is what is shared in a neural network. Does that make sense? I just wanted to bring to your attention how it works. So you have many, 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 many nodes in a neural network, and each node has to behave, right, with your input, what's called a bias, so we won't go into the math of that, but you need a bias, and your activation, right? Your activation function and your output, and it goes on to the next layer, and the next layer, and the next layer, and the next layer, right? So I just wanted to bring that to your attention because very often people will use something, but they don't really get how it works, right? And that's okay. I mean, that's okay. It's funny, we were talking about that with, you know, Dr. Shikar at dinner last night. And it's okay. I mean, you're welcome to use technology without understanding it. That's all right. But sometimes you have to kind of stop and think about it a little bit. And the reason for that is because if you want to be innovative, then you do need to understand how it works. And I'm not minimizing it. I'm not saying like, oh, you're just applying it, because that's most of what I do. But it's good to know a little bit more of how it works. Because then you can be a little more innovative and say, how could I change how I use this just a little bit so I get a better result, okay? And by doing that, you improve your neural networks. And that's exactly how all of these new technologies are coming out weekly. Different models, and you can't even keep track. There's so many changes, right? And that's how they're coming out, okay? So this, why machine learning? I don't even know if I have to go through this. I mean, you guys know, right? There's just so much we can do. Computer vision, speech recognition, medical image analysis. This is systems that are more, stuff that you are more in touch with. So spam detection, how annoying is spam, right? But all of those filters need algorithms, and so they contribute. Robot movements, that's just really cool, right, if you're into robotics. Is there much robotics? There's a lot of area in robotics, right? Once again, working in robotics is a little bit like looking for that rare disease. Is robotics really going to change the world? I don't know, maybe. But I'd rather think of the application of AI that's going to improve processes, right? We were talking to some colleagues and talking about, sensor in the gearbox of cars. And you think, oh, God, that's so boring. But actually, that's pretty cool, right? Because the ability to understand, and for safety, for instance, or for reliability, or for, all of the above, is kind of important, right? You don't need necessarily a robot to fully automate something we do. I mean, maybe you do. Industrial robots are very important, of course. But just keep it in mind, right? In terms of perspective, right? Machine learning can find patterns in large amounts of data. I think that just kind of sums up machine learning, doesn't it? That's essentially a lot of what it does. It's just looking for that pattern, right, in lots of data. Because that's, I'm a statistician, so I'm unfortunately going to bore you quite a bit with stats this week. But I have to, because, understanding statistics is kind of important. And so even at this level, sorry, it keeps moving forward there. I will fix that. No. This part, finding patterns in large amounts of data. Why can't you find patterns in a small amount of data? Why can't you do that? Why do you need so much data? It's annoying, isn't it? If you're a machine learner, it's so painful that you have to download these massive data sets in order to make anything work. What? So why do we need so much data? Better results. See, there is exactly what all engineers answer. Better performance. It's true. However, I want to know, statistically, why is it important to have such a large training set? So yes, of course, better performance, of course. But why do you need more data to get better performance? Very good. Excellent. So all data, all features have a distribution because there's variability in the data. If there was no variability in the data, would we need statisticians like me? No. Would we need machine learning? No. Why is that? Because I could sample one single representative sample from any distribution. Well, it's not a distribution anymore, is it? The distribution is a single point, right? And I would know exactly what that disease looks like. I wouldn't need to do training. So without variation, without variance, without variability, you wouldn't need any of this. The only reason we need so much of this is because there's so much variability, which is such an important concept. And so many machine learners come to me and complain about the variation and the variability. Right? Because if you have less variability, you train much easier. Correct? So why is that not a problem? Right? Because life would be so boring if we were all exactly the same. It's because of this variability that it's interesting. So don't complain about it. Enjoy it. It's a challenge for you as a machine learner, but that's okay. Think of it. If there wasn't that challenge, you wouldn't be a machine learner. You would not have a job. You would not be a student. So keep that in mind because it's important. All right. So machine learning, what is it? Once again, we've kind of talked about this. I'm going to get through it because I don't, we could be here all afternoon. But, essentially, we're looking for patterns in existing data. We're making predictions and decisions, right? We have a set of algorithms which are called models in the world of statistics, right? So if you call it a model or you call it an algorithm, essentially the same thing, okay? There is a difference between classical statistics and machine learning. Does anybody know, can anyone guess at that? So classical statistical modeling versus machine learning. When do you use statistics first and foremost? When do you think of using statistics? Rule-based, sure, excellent. But why do you use statistics? What do you report with statistics? Not bad. Not bad. Yeah. So, okay. So, but there's a word that's missing on that one. So I get it. So you're trying to say that, machine learning is very much for what could happen in the future, right? So that's prediction, correct? Excellent. That's very true. That's excellent. When you first think of statistics, you don't generally think of regression for a prediction. You can certainly do that, absolutely. Right? But generally, when you think of statistics, you always think of the mighty p-value, which is comparisons. You're doing testing. You are testing whether there is a statistical difference, significant statistical difference between something, groups, right? Uncertainty, right? Dealing with uncertainty, right? And all of that is based on random sampling, which ties into distributions. You must know the distribution of your data. Those are assumptions that need to be met. But that is what statistics is typically used for, not for prediction. I mean, it is, don't get me wrong, of course. You do prediction in statistics. But more often than not, you use it in order to test something. So be careful. In machine learning, you don't do that. You don't do testing in machine learning. And that's actually one of the problems, is reporting your results with certainty. There is no confidence limits in machine learning, is there? You can't report, here's the value, with a confidence limit. Right? So there's a lot of work currently that's being done in order to do exactly that, is to report confidence with your value. Because if you were to predict, let's say, you have a mole on your arm, and you're concerned it may be malignant. So what do? You whip out your phone, because it exists, and you take a picture of your mole, and it tells you whether or not the margins of the mole are rough, which would represent the possibility of a malignant mole. Correct? Wouldn't you like to know, because you guys are all very well-versed machine learners, you realize that all algorithms have error, correct? So wouldn't you like to know if when that algorithm told you it was malignant, wouldn't you like to know how confident that algorithm was? So that's the challenge, right? Is how do you express that confidence? Because you don't know if it was a false positive. It's not expressed. It doesn't tell you. And even if it says, this algorithm is 91% in accuracy. Does that help you appreciate if your answer was a false positive? Nope. Doesn't, does it? So it doesn't make you feel any better, does it? You as the machine learner who developed the algorithm is going to say, hey, I did a great job. I have an algorithm that's 91% accurate. You know, I celebrated when I got that, right? But the user is going to say, I don't care. I don't care what you say. All I want to know is, do I have cancer, yes or no? But you can't tell them that, and that's a problem. So there's the crossover between statistics and machine learning. That's very important. And there are ways you can express confidence, right? So you can run we can talk about that if you want. I don't have it in my lectures, but we can certainly talk about that in terms of how could you provide confidence in terms of your algorithm. So there are ways to do that. Okay? Okay, so that's good enough for that. Okay, so yeah, so algorithms are not magic, right? And so when you're training, what essentially you're doing, which I'm sure you all know, is you're trying to minimize error, correct? So you have this wonderful cost function. There's actually a loss function, a cost function, and an objective function. Do you guys know that? They're all kind of the same. It's just that whether it's for one, it's for the algorithm, or it's for, right? Okay. So I won't go into that. But essentially, it's all the same idea, right? You're trying to penalize mistakes, right? And you're trying to encourage the algorithm to change its weights, right? In order to improve, so what's called minimizing your cost function. You want to be able to improve your algorithm by changing the weights. So I'm not going to bore with you guys with this because you guys are probably all pros with this. But in the neural network, that's essentially what you're doing, right? And we're going through it. So I'm sure you guys have all seen this. You guys are all grad students, so you're probably like, oh my God, I've seen a lot of this, right? But essentially, the reason we need this is just to show that the perceptron is probably the base. And we iterate through training, right? And I always come back to the error because you need to understand what error is. So there's lots of error. What different types of errors do we have? We have lots of different types of errors, right? There are two big groups of errors. One's called systematic error and the other one's called random error. Those are the two big chunks, but there's a whole bunch of different things that can contribute to error, right? And you need to be aware of that because don't forget, when you're training, if you don't understand where your error is coming from, you're not going to be able to help the algorithm. So systematic error is called bias, right? It's another word, it's called bias. That is something that is a huge problem in machine learning. Especially, here is a classic one, and I'll be talking about it, is the sex, right? So male and female. I won't even go into gender because gender has a whole bunch of other different classes, right? But sex is only two, and that's not going to change. It's called sex at birth now, right? So you call it sex at birth now versus gender, right? So gender is a construct, right? And sex is biological. So just in this room alone, is there bias? If I were to train an algorithm on everybody in this room, on physical features of everyone in this room, would there be a bias? What do you guys think? Would there be? Yep. Because there are more males in the room than females. It's actually refreshing to see that it's pretty close, actually. It's not bad. Maybe I'm just guessing like 2/3 to 1/3 or maybe even better. So, typically, very often in engineering, there's very few females. But it's changing, right? But that's a huge concern. Because there are biological differences between us. And so if you train out in healthcare, by the way, don't forget, everything I talk about is in healthcare, right? So if you don't take into account features like that, then the application of your algorithm afterwards is going to be problematic. There's going to be error. It will not be as generalizable. So you have to keep that in mind. And so that's where the concept of error comes into play, okay? Sorry, I just kept running, but that's what I just wanted to share with you, this error for the weights. That's the purpose of it, and there's several sources of it, right? So keep that in mind, right? So back propagation, I mean, no surprise, you guys all know, that's the, you know, it's the Nobel Prize for it, right? So is it important? Absolutely. But the one that you want to think about as well, very important, is the optimization of algorithms. Okay, optimization is key. Because that's where you're going to squeeze out a better algorithm, is by better optimizing how you train. All right? Just doing the, fixing the error is going to be, it's not as easy as you think. And all of you that have done it, you understand that. So optimizing, finding the best solution is going to be, and these are just classic approaches to optimization, but there are so many other ways now to optimize, and you can actually develop models to optimize. Have you guys done that? Right? Have you heard of that or done that? So you can actually train algorithms to optimize other algorithms, right? Because it is so tricky, you know, all those hyperparameters. I don't know which ones to change which way and what, right? So you can actually train an algorithm to optimize that, okay? Okay, so just to take a little bit of a breather on concepts, this is outdated already because it's changed so much, but these are the classic approaches. And the reason, I haven't even put reinforcement learning because in our world of medicine, reinforcement learning, and we'll talk about it during the week, is not a huge area. Like reinforcement learning in medicine is not huge yet. I don't know, maybe it'll change. But right now it's all supervised learning, some mostly supervised, some unsupervised, some reinforcement learning. But the ones that you're going to encounter the most, as you know, machine learning comes under data science. So does statistics, by the way. So statistics will come under data science. Machine learning comes under data science. Deep learning, deep networks, neural networks, comes under machine learning, right? The big ones for us in supervised learning is classification and regression. Those are the two biggest kind of hits for us, because in medicine, physicians tend to work in binary. They like to know yes, no. Is there a disease? Yes, no. What do you know? Regression definitely happens as well, okay? Decision trees especially, you know, with neural networks. Ensemble methods was really hot like a while ago. Now it's, you know, not as much. And then just predicting, let's say, months or, you know, an output of you know, like survival in months or years, and so that's regression, okay? In medicine, that's what we tend to do. In unsupervised learning, which is a really interesting area, I take particular interest in unsupervised learning, but is it useful? Like in research, yes. In application, not as much, okay? Because most of it is clustering, okay? And you know, can you cluster your data without formal labeled features, right? You're leaving it, it's data driven. You're leaving it up to the algorithm to decide the clusters. Very interesting. Is it useful? Less so, okay, for its application, I mean, right? I mean, I enjoy it and you learn a lot from it, but you know, can you actually use it in practice? Not so much. Okay. Yeah, neural networks is the key. We've already talked about that. So how to choose a model. So there's the tricky bit, and it's getting harder. So it was easier before, now it's harder, and the reason for it is because there's so many. There's just so many different ways to do the same thing. How do you choose, right? So you can go through these steps, which is clear, identify the type of problem, of course. What are you dealing with? What's the problem you're dealing with? What's the data you have available? This almost sounds like your project, right? What data do you have available? How complex are the relationships? The region of interest, for instance, in my world of medical imaging. And how scalable is it, right? So, you know, how generalizable is it? How scalable is it? Like, where are you going to use it? Are you doing it only in Mangalore? Or are you going to, you know, develop it for the whole of India or the whole world, right? And so that's the challenge of it. As I said before, you know, AI, machine learning, deep learning, you know, data science holds artificial intelligence. The deep learning bit of it, it was so hot like, you know, a few years ago. But I've got to tell you, deep learning now is just, there's so much other stuff now that, you know, it's still very important, don't get me wrong. I do it all the time, I love it. But, you know, it's not as talked about as much. Have you noticed that, right? You know, it's just almost like a given. Oh yeah, of course I do deep learning. Like, who doesn't, right? The problem with deep learning is the size of the algorithm, right? The number of parameters in the algorithm is just massive because of all the layers. So many layers. That's the reason it's called deep learning, because there's the depth of all the layers. And that's a challenge for delivery, for scalability. So there's one to think of, is how scalable is your solution will depend on who can use it. So not everybody has a supercomputer to run your algorithm. And so that's a limitation. Okay, so you have to think about, you know, for instance, the car, you know, example, is what's the capacity of that computer that's on board your vehicle? Can it use a massive model for inference, right? What's the latency in the response is a problem. Could you just wiggle the mouse there for me? Thanks. Right, so that's definitely a challenge, right? Oh, sorry. It was me. Oh, look at that, we're at the end. So that's just something for you to think about, right? Is how do I actually benefit from the algorithm? Just because you create, that's a huge problem for academics. You know, and I'm at fault too. I try not to do it, but I'm at fault too. Is, you know, you have students that come on board and you have this lab, yay, fantastic, welcome aboard, you're my master's student, fantastic, we're gonna think of a project for you, we go through all the steps, you know, what data do you have, what's the problem you're addressing, and then you work for 2 years on your project and you end up with an algorithm and you get 93% accuracy. And you're like, oh my God, that's amazing, I just got my master's, I'm done. Like, fantastic, right? Who uses that algorithm? Who's going to use your algorithm? Probably nobody is going to use your algorithm. Nobody is. Right? That's a shame. And so I'm not saying that foundational research is not important. It is. It's crucial. What we do in academia is foundational research. But if we lose sight of its application and its benefit to society, we're not going to do as good a job. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. You want to just do pure research. I get it. But if it's not useful, who really cares other than you and your supervisor? And it's a bit of a shame. So I'm not saying don't do foundational research. Of course not. Absolutely do it. But keep in mind how you would apply it, right? Because sometimes the algorithms you come up with are fantastic, but they're just not usable. It's not possible for you to use it. And it's not generalizable. And I'm not saying don't do it. Do it, but definitely write about it. Report that. Say that this is foundational research. I'm developing this brand new algorithm in such a way that's just very innovative. But it's not ready, you know, for delivery in the real world. And you can even list the reasons for it. So often it's scalability, very often it's latency. Latency is the big one. That's the project killer, is latency. You have a wonderful algorithm, but you have to wait 2 seconds for the answer to come back. And you think, oh, what's 2 seconds, you know? So if you're a physician and you're working in Emerge, you're willing to wait 2 seconds. You're willing to wait a minute. You'll go have coffee and wait for the answer. But if you're working with anything but something like that, like you users, we're talking milliseconds. If you have to wait a second, you are going to absolutely delete that app from your phone. There's no way you're going to tolerate that, right? So you have to think about that when you're developing these solutions, is think of your user, right? And how that user is going to respond to your work. And so now we're at the end of the first lecture. You guys need a break, obviously. Do you know what the plan is? Like, I'm not going to just lecture right into the next one, because then you'll all be like fast asleep. Do we get a break, or? We even lost the organizers. Look at that, what's going on? So, anyway, I'm happy to take some questions for this first lecture. Does anybody have any questions that you might have? No? Yes, sir. No, it's just not, well, how would you use it? Well, it's one, I mean, I do a ton of it because I love unsupervised learning, but how would you actually use it? That's the problem, right? Like how are you going to actually use it for prediction, or how are you going to use it for an outcome, right? Like classification. You could, you could do classification with unsupervised learning, but the unfortunate thing is the clusters never match up. I don't know if you've done it. Never does, right? Even if the ROI is very clear and the groupings are very clear, but if it's that obvious, you don't need to do unsupervised learning, right? Like if you're trying to classify into male and female, well, that's easy, right? So then the task is so easy, it will work. But then you don't need unsupervised learning to do that, right? You really don't. Like how useful is that for you to, determine that you're male or female? Anybody can do that, right? It's pretty clear, right? So that's the challenge is if you want to use unsupervised learning in something that's a little bit more challenging, it's very messy. It's very messy, and it doesn't, so you learn from it. You absolutely learn from it. But the ability to apply it is very challenging. Does that make sense? Yeah. Ultimately. I mean, you can do weekly supervised, semi-supervised, you can do all that, which definitely works as well, which is a form of unsupervised, right? But you still have a little bit of supervised in order to train the algorithm, right? Yeah. That's the challenge of just unsupervised learning, like clearly only. Yeah. In respect to medicine. I would say in respect to most, because if you're trying to predict or you're trying to classify, the uncertainty involved in the unsupervised learning can you just imagine how amazing that would be, right? If it was true, if you could, you wouldn't need labeled data. That's like the holy grail of machine learning, right? Like, oh my God, I don't even need experts anymore. Woo, you can do anything. But just think, I mean, how much has that worked? It hasn't, to date, anyway. It's not possible, right? You still need the involvement of somebody to tell you that this is right and this is wrong for the ground truth for the algorithm to learn. Make sense? So you mean if you do unsupervised learning and then you clinical validation, so meaning that you do classification based on unsupervised learning? Wow, okay. So you would hope that it works and then you clinically validate it and it's good. Yeah, so in an ideal world that could work, yes. So meaning you do unsupervised learning, you get clusters. And let's just, for silly example, it would be for sex, right? So identifying, based on physical features, you want to identify male and female, correct? You do unsupervised learning, it clusters into two clusters, male and female, duh. And you clinically validate that and you say, yep, that works. Sure, that could work. But what are the chances that's going to happen in a real complex problem? 0. So generally what happens is you'll do the unsupervised learning and then you're going to, and a form of unsupervised learning is weekly supervised, semi-supervised, where you do have some labeling, right? So you have very minimal requirements of labeling in order to train the algorithm afterwards. All foundational models, I'm sure you've heard of foundational models, that's how foundational models are being leveraged, right? So foundational models is unsupervised learning, right? It's self-supervised learning, which is a form of unsupervised learning. And you just extract all of the, the embeddings, right? The findings from yourself, features from your self-supervised learning, and then you train an algorithm on that with labeled data. That's what everyone's doing now. That's all the rage now. But you have to have the foundational model, which is very difficult to get for all problems, But they're slowly releasing them, right? Foundational model for this, for that, for this, for that, for this, for that. And then you can train, using weekly supervised or supervised learning, but a much smaller data set. Does that make sense? So it's kind of the same idea of what you're saying, but you're just inserting a bit of label data. Because the thing is, if you're going to involve physicians, you know, in my world, if you're going to involve physicians for validation, that's in a way you're asking them to label, correct? So you may as well use the data they label and do, you know, weekly supervised learning. Yay! You know. So you know what I mean? So, like, you know, why would I rely on validation of an unsupervised? I wouldn't do it. Like, I wouldn't do it. You know, I'd rather just, you know, do weekly supervised learning with a little bit of labeling that an expert does, and get a better model. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I have a small data set
Yeah.
which I have already annotated to the pathologist.
Mhm.
So like I
Perfect.
have a large data set which is not yet annotated.
Yep.
So yeah, that's
Perfect.
co-training we are trying.
Perfect.
So that's
Absolutely. Absolutely.
what's your point on augmenting data in healthcare learning? I mean, I got one question and I think one of the bypass. So they asked the questions whether are you able to and is it valid to augment the data in the healthcare domain?
Sure.
I mean, okay.
Why not?
Because
I
in
do it all the
that
time,
question-
and I'll talk about it. But yeah.
because they asked we don't know whether the augmented data is we have to cross check with the pathologist or whoever is there, no, like clinicians or. So they asked how you are. I mean, did you validate that augmented data? I mean,
Who cares? Who cares? No, I'm being very blunt. Who cares? How are they going to know? How the pathologist going to know? How are they going to know? But how are they going to know? You know, who does, you know, you do augmentation, right? So what's classic augmentation when you're in imaging? What's classic augmentation? Classic augmentation.
like I have not yet tried augmentation.
No, but I'm sure you've done augmentation in previous studies.
I have never tried actually. Yeah.
No, just
augmentation
regular,
I have
what's
tried.
regular
But
augmentation?
medical data I have not yet tried.
Yeah, okay, so fine. So in imaging, let's say you're doing cats and dogs, I don't care.
Well, I have used it.
So what's augmentation when you're training cats and dogs?
Like, I have considered the sample rate and the distance like that. I have taken the replica of that.
What's the easiest augmentation you do with CNNs for classifying dogs from cats? There you go, thank you. Rotate the image, flip the image, degrees, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so do you have to confirm with a vet whether or not those rotated images are dogs or cats? Who cares? Who cares, right?
Because that was the question arised during one of the vivas.
So
I
then ask
guess
them,
I
who
have
cares?
a
Just ask them, who cares? Because ultimately what's important is that the algorithm you develop is validated. Correct? That's very important. So that would be an excellent question. You must validate your algorithm in order to make sure that the data you used, let's say synthetic data for augmentation, did not somehow create a problem for identification of your problem, of your disease or whatever, right? That is true. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Who cares, right? Because what you're doing is you're forcing the algorithm to learn. So if you provide, you're augmenting data because you don't have enough data. You don't have enough variety in your data, correct? Because once again, if there was no variance or variety, the algorithm would learn with like 5 samples, right? But because there's a lot of variability, you need to put more data so that the algorithm can learn that variability. So you need to challenge the algorithm in order to learn better. So that's what augmentation challenges the algorithm to learn. Because you're adding rotated images or flipped images, it needs to now learn, oh, that's the same thing. Because it's labeled the same way, right? Labeled the same way. But it needs to learn, oh, when the image is a bit like this, oh, it's still the same thing. And then when it's flipped, oh, it's the same thing. So when you provide synthetic data or whatever you're going to do, it's the same thing. You're going to say, that's also, you know, what it is. And because of that, you're forcing the algorithm to learn better, which will mean better performance. But do we need to worry that the augmented data is going to somehow create a monster? Well, if you don't validate your algorithm, yes, I agree. But because you're not validating on synthetic data, you're not validating on augmented data, you're validating on the truth, right? On the ground truth. So, I don't know, like, right? You do need to be careful, though, for generalizability, right? So that's the only thing you do need. So it's a good point. Like, the question was valid for someone to ask that, but the answer is clear, right? That it's not really a concern as long as you correctly validate. If you don't correctly validate, it's a concern. Absolutely. If you have like a test set of like 10, okay, or if you don't enrich your test set to include all possible, issues. Yeah, okay, I agree. If you don't do an external validation on a separate data set afterwards, I agree. It's a problem. But if not, no. Like, I mean, I don't know if you guys have done it, but if you do training, you can throw in images that have nothing to do with it, and the algorithm still learns. I mean, that would be a valid problem, which comes up all the time, and computer scientists are just so, like, inflexible that sometimes it's humorous. That when you do CNNs have been trained on ImageNet, correct? Like like ResNet, they've all been trained on ImageNet. So when I use I use transfer learning. Who doesn't do transfer learning? I mean, these days CNNs are kind of passé because everyone goes to VITs, but if you're still using CNNs, I'm actually training on medical data. So let's say ultrasound of the knee, which I'll talk about. And I'm training on data that has cats, dogs, cars. So isn't that a problem? Isn't that the same problem you're referring to? Of course, but that's the same problem, is that someone was asking, well, wait a minute, if you're using data, augmented data, that's cats and dogs, isn't that a problem for your algorithm? Well, no, because I don't test on cats and dogs. I test on what I'm training on, right? But I get it. Conceptually, I understand. And many, many computer scientists all say the same thing, which is just, I mean, come on, man. Like, seriously. You know what I mean? Like, it's, especially when, when you look at all the layers that are going through this for the feature extraction. I mean, it's just weights. Make sense? Does that answer your question? So don't worry about it. But if it's your supervisor, then you have to answer very politely. Okay, make sure you just answer politely. Yeah. Foundational models are self-supervised learning models. Okay, so there's no labeling. But it extracts all of the features, commonalities, so features, into embeddings, right? And then those embeddings can be shared downstream to like a supervised model, right? So if you take, you have to take a very, very, very large data set, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 images, right? And you perform self-supervised learning, it learns the features in common. So it learns what's common between all those images, right? And then you have these embeddings, right? And those embeddings can then be used downstream for you when you have supervised, for your problem, right? Supervised learning. And it's a form of transfer learning, essentially. But now, wow, you are benefiting from a massive data set that's sharing with you very specific embeddings for your problem. So it's not like transfer learning from cats and dogs anymore, ImageNet. It's now transferring directly from your image, let's say, of interest, all right? So for instance, there's one that was released last Christmas, was for traumatic brain injury, which I study, which is brain CTs. So there are now foundational models of brain CTs. So when I do traumatic brain injury training, I can use a foundational model to do any question I have about brain CTs. So hemorrhaging, areas, spatial location of hemorrhages, all that kind of stuff. Identifying, different levels of what's called DOSE, which is outcome for traumatic brain injury. I can train all of that on the same foundational model because the foundational model was generated on brain CTs. All brain CTs. Every type of brain CT you can think of. So the embeddings already includes every feature you need to know about brain CTs. Does that make sense? Yes. Yes, absolutely. So your DPTs, for instance, are based on foundational models. The first foundational models were GPTs. These massive, huge data sets that were trained on specific application, right? So for GPT, it's going to be for ChatGPT. It was for that. But it was based on a foundational model. That make sense? Yeah? And it's also very helpful for what's called over-parameterization, right? Parameterization is a common problem, right? In what we'll talk about that this week as well, which is the challenge of the bias variance trade-off, right? So the bias variance trade-off, and I'll lecture about it later, but like basically you had to find the sweet spot. But what foundational models has provided us is what's called the double descent. So meaning that you have the U shape, but if you push further with even more parameters, right, you'll actually get a second descent, all right? And it's due to foundational models, right? Because you can actually push forward with beyond the high variance, and you actually get a descent afterwards, right? Which is due to the foundational model, which is because you have so many parameters that it's correcting for what the overfit model is suffering from. Does that make sense? So that's where we're headed. Yep. Cell phone, sorry, cell phone? Oh, self-organizing maps, okay. Is self-supervised, self-organizing maps supervised or unsupervised? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't know. Yeah, that's not my, self-supervised map, that's not an area that I'm working in, so I honestly, I wouldn't know. Good, I'm happy to. Yeah, we're done. Yeah. Well, I mean, I have another lecture, but when's that? After lunch. So lunch is now? Oh, perfect. We're only 7 minutes over. Beautiful. Okay, so we'll see you after lunch.
Check. Yeah. Good afternoon, participants. The sessions will begin within 5 minutes. Okay. Just a reminder, within 5 minutes it will start.
Up a little bit, okay. Make sure it keeps up. Oh, there we go. Is that good? Excellent. Sure, or you know the title if you want. That's fine. Yep, yeah, it's deep learning, the second one, yep. Yep. And just, yeah, just go to Oh yeah, I need that, yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so we're back. Everybody ready to go? Awesome. So this afternoon we're going to talk a lot. I guess essentially we're still introducing the topic of AI in medicine. And so this one's a little bit more on the practical tools, right, for the application. That's what we're going to talk about today. We're not moving. Is this, it's off. Okay, sorry. And, a little, there we go. Perfect. And not yet. There we go. Haha. Okay, so this is just a review. Store, compute, learn. Don't forget that one. Okay, it's just an easy one to remember. And we're not moving. Is there a battery thing going on here? Yeah. Ah. Okay, so we touched on this a little bit this morning, and that is, how do you perceive artificial intelligence? So there's two big pillars, I guess you might want to call it, for artificial intelligence. One is called general AI, and the other is called narrow AI. So the easy way to remember this is general AI is everything you see in the movies or on Facebook or Instagram. So it has to deal with, does AI have a consciousness? Does it have emotions? Does it have intuition, creativity, abstract concepts, reasoning? Is it an entity? That is general AI. And that, to date, doesn't exist. We can debate it. Happy to debate it with you. But that would be for another course. But it doesn't exist. We don't have general AI. Are there many groups in the world working on general AI? Yes, absolutely. Many, many groups are. And they may actually believe they're very close to it. But in reality, where we operate is a narrow AI, very focused. Very focused AI, okay? And so that, what comes under narrow AI is natural language processing, of course. Rule-based expert systems, so we touched on that a little bit today, this morning. Computer vision, that's what I do. And what we call specific repetitive functions, so very mundane repetitive tasks that can be taken on by AI, is actually a really cool area. So a lot of you here, so who here would have thought, or still would like to do that? Who would like to apply their knowledge in AI or machine learning to automate logistics in trucking companies? Who's thought of doing that? Has anyone here thought, with all their engineering experience and degree, that they're going to develop a software system to better manage a trucking business? Anybody thought of that? It's actually a perfect application of AI. Because for a company that runs trucks and freight and shipping, it's actually quite complex to know where the truck should be, when they should be there, how much are the loads, what roads are they on, where are the road closures, where are delays, right? So AI is actually perfect for that. So very often in medicine, everyone would just poo-poo that. They'll just say, oh, why would I do that? But actually, scheduling physicians in an emerge department is the same idea. How do we know how many emergency physicians we need on staff at a given time? So if you do a very crude analysis, you're going to say, well, we can only afford so many physicians, so that's an easy one, right? But as you all know, depending on the day, the month, the year, you will have more or less accidents. So I don't know about India, because this is my first trip. But in Toronto, every weekend is when we get more head injuries, because more people are traveling by car, motorcycle, and there are more accidents that lead to head injuries. There's also more fights in bars that lead to head injuries. There are more people that drink too much and they fall and they hit their head on the weekend. So we need to schedule more physicians on the weekend. But have you thought, we could just say, okay, well, we're going to have 2 more physicians on the weekend. Easy, done, right? But have you thought that maybe when it's rainy, you get more car accidents and therefore more head injuries? So how are you going to predict the rain this weekend? So that's when AI comes in, because it will predict the weather for this weekend and take into account what month it is, and take into account, is there a holiday that weekend, and take into account which hospital it is in the Toronto area, et cetera, to predict and tell the hospital how many physicians should be on staff that night. That's AI. And so that's not sexy, is it? That's not sexy, right? But it's actually very impactful. So the use cases in healthcare, which we've just talked about, what you guys would naturally think of course, is virtual assistants and chatbots, because that sounds sexy, right? To do that is sexy. And I'm not saying it's not, it is, it's great. It's great. If you can do that, it's great. Remote patient assistance, of course, fantastic, right? So rural areas that don't have the physicians or the healthcare professionals that are needed could be assisted by AI. Medical diagnosis, of course, right? That's the first thing you think of is medical diagnosis. Treatments, yes, can you assist? Personalized treatment. So we talked a little bit about that this morning. The Vice Chancellor, the president of your university, very rightly so, pointed towards what he called homogenization, right? So meaning everybody has access to the same. But he also pointed out that everybody is different, right? And so treatments are exactly that. So what started to be personalized medicine, I can't remember who said they were in genomics here. Someone introduced themselves and said they're in genomics. Okay, maybe they're not here. Anyway, they're doing genomics research. So genomics, when it first came out, was personalized medicine, was in the drug industry, right? So personalized medicine meant, is the drug that I'm giving you going to work well for you? So that was personalized medicine. But then with the advent of digital biomarkers, we now move into the world of what's called precision medicine. So personalized medicine was transformed into precision medicine with digital biomarkers and AI. Okay? Data processing, patient data processing, boring. There's another example of boring application of AI, but very impactful. Very impactful. Medical image analysis, that's what I do. Fantastic, right? Very sexy, it's great, I love it. And it is impactful most of the time. EHR systems, electronic health records, once again, not sexy, very impactful. Drug discovery and research. That's where most of the money is being spent here. Why is that? Drug discovery and research. Why is most of the money being spent there? Anybody? For trials. But why is there so much attention to that? Yeah, to find biomarkers, but why is there so much attention on it? Why are we not spending more money on treatments or on medical diagnosis? Why are you spending so much money on drug discovery, which is actually using quantum computers? Okay, because of the immense amount of data that has to be processed. It's being a computer, many of the companies are looking into using quantum computers. So the reason that there's so much attention to it is because the pharma companies. You make money. You make money. You spend money to make money. So you're spending money on research in this area to make money with new drugs. So I'm not saying I already disclosed, I work very closely with drug companies. So I'm not saying I'm a purist and, no, I'm not. But you don't necessarily, need to spend all your time in drug discovery research. You should pay attention to where AI is going to be immediately impactful, which is in some of these repetitive tasks. Okay? That's where you can provide healthcare in a cost-effective manner to your population. Okay? So all of them are important, don't get me wrong. I participate in most of those. So there's nothing wrong with any of them. I'm just trying to draw your attention to some low-hanging fruit that might be useful. So this is just to emphasize the fact of where we're at. So the FDA, which is the regulatory body in the United States, which is probably the most followed, impactful regulatory body in the world. And why is that? Because of the market, right? Because the American market is just where the money is, right? So where are, as of late, so January 2025, so it's a little out of date, there are 1,000 AI models that have been approved, okay? If you look at the vast majority, you can't see this number because it's too small, and don't worry about it. So the largest piece of the pie, which is about 76% of 1,000, are in radiology, in my world, medical imaging. So why do you think that is? Because it's more important? Why is the majority of all AI approved models for medicine, for healthcare, why are they in radiology? Why do you think? In this case, nope. Because of the data. Because of the data. As you know, artificial intelligence, machine learning requires a lot of data for training. Where is most of the data currently in medicine? Imaging. There's just so many X-rays, CTs, MRIs, ultrasounds, PET, right? There's just so much of it that it's the immediate target for AI companies, right? It was actually Jeffrey Hinton. It wasn't very kind. His comment was actually a little hurtful, but he stated that all radiologists were going to be obsolete in 5 years. Those 5 years have come and gone since he made that statement, and it's the opposite. We need even more radiologists. And he actually retracted his statement, by the way, to be fair. He retracted his statement because he realized, oops, that was, probably not the right thing to say. But it is true that the idea that you can replace a radiologist was what drove the industry a little bit, right? Because we have so much data, and then, oh my God, reading X-rays is so easy. What does a radiologist do, right? It's so easy what they do, right? Well, it turns out it's not. It's actually, the human brain is actually really good at identifying, patterns. It's really good at it. And so we found out that it's actually quite tricky to do it using AI. But because of that, the focus was on radiology. Then you have other subspecialties. You have neurology, which is a fairly large, chunk. Cardiology, that's growing, right? So cardiology. Now, interestingly, I don't know if you know, and I'm pretty sure in India it's the same way. Cardiology, the scanning, when you go for scans for cardiology for your heart, doesn't come under radiology. It does not come under medical imaging. Cardiologists are trained to read their own scans. So this piece here, cardiology, a large chunk of that is going to be for reading cardiology scans, right? So heart echoes, and right? So it's kind of interesting that it probably overlaps quite a bit with radiology at this stage, right? So, anyway, that was just a little aside. Okay, so I bring this one up. You can't read this again, I'll tell you. Like, you're all staring at it, like, what? I mean, this is a particularly small screen. But what this shows here is by country, all right? What is the interest, the public sentiment for artificial intelligence? And this was a survey that was done, okay? So from here, this is the percentage of people who agree that, the question, do products and services using AI have more benefits than drawbacks? So meaning it's a good thing, AI is a good thing. So you can see here The most interested country is China, which China is a powerhouse in AI. Probably the leader in AI currently, debatable with North America. But it's like almost 80% of the population says, yeah, man, AI is a good thing. So where's India? Third, right there. You guys dig AI too. You think it's great. Where's Canada, where I'm from? Second to last. France is last. The United States is almost last. Germany is just above it. UK is right here. Belgium is right here. Sweden is here. Japan is a little bit better. Right? Do you see a trend? Why are we so not interested in AI? And China and India is very interested in Saudi Arabia. Why is that? More publishing? More data? So why? No, but this is not asking you. It's asking the general population, and the general population in India thinks AI is a good thing. Why is that? When in Canada, it's like, what is it? A third, about 1 in 3. Why is that? Why are we so negative about AI? Because we don't need it. We are privileged. All of these countries are privileged countries. We don't need AI. We can live happily without AI. That is where AI is going to be useful and helpful in global health. Because the countries who need the help, are going to benefit from it. We won't, because we don't have a problem for radiologists. If I have a prostate exam, an MRI, it's read within a week. It's read within like 3 to 5 days. But I don't know how long it takes in India. First of all, you have to be able to get an MRI for your prostate. Not everybody does. But if you did, how long do you have to wait for a radiologist to read it? I bet you it's not 3 to 5 days. How long? Half a day. And that's a radiologist that reads it. But that's private. That's not public. Totally can't be. Not possible. So that's the difference. Right? In Costa Rica, in the public system, so you're right, private's the same day, because you're paying lots of money for that. In the public system, you're looking at, like for mammography, you're looking at a minimum 6 months for it to be read, up to 1.5 years. So we were just talking about this at lunch. If you have a lump in your breast and you go for a mammography, you're going to have to wait 6 months to 1.5 years to find out if that lump is cancerous or not. And once you do, then you go for another test. So you could be waiting easily a year, at least a year, 1.5 years, to get confirmation that your lump was cancerous or not. By that time that happens, if you do have cancer, you've progressed from like stage 2 to stage 3 cancer or stage 4 cancer. You may even die in that period of time. That's a huge problem. It's not a problem for us. That will never happen in Canada. There's no way you're going to be waiting a year for a mammography to be read. You're waiting a week. If you're in the private system, you're not waiting anywhere. But that means you're privileged. So if you're in the private system, you're down here. Right? But if you're in the public system, you're up here. And that's the reason perception is different. And that's why it's important to keep that in mind for your research. So here's an example. As I said, I work in Costa Rica, and I work with indigenous populations. So I love showing this picture because I'm sitting here with my colleague who's a physician, with members of the indigenous community in the area, southern portion of Costa Rica near Panama. And it took us 2 hours to walk to that community, right? And the reason I like showing it is because if you work in my world of data, you never leave your office. It's all computer work, right? So global health has opened that door for me, that I have to go and talk to these communities in order to understand their needs and how my research can help them. If I don't involve them, I'm not going to put out any product that's going to be useful for them, and they're never going to want to use it, right? Because they were not involved in my research. So just keep that in mind when you do your work. You need to involve the user, right? You have to involve who's going to actually benefit from your research. Okay, so let's just talk. So I talk a lot about radiology. So today, this talk is going to be a little bit more general. We're going to talk a little bit more about where AI can be applied, not only in radiology, right? So, essentially what we're trying to do is, we're moving, down to a more specific area, which is deep learning, as you know, because that's where most of the research is going. But the AI revolution, let's talk about biomedicine, right? So it's a little broader now. Because that might be useful for you guys. You may not be, able to do projects, clinically linked projects, right? You may not have access to clinical care to do your research. But what you might have access to, and a few people already mentioned it to me, is like pathology, for instance, right? That's another area. So these AI tools can be applied to a whole bunch of other different things, right? And you can have, biomedicals, right? So that's going to be mostly in treatment, of course, but diagnostic efficiencies, efficacies, efficiencies, precise and personalized medical treatments. All of this stuff is going to be impacted by AI. So that's biomedicals, right? And then here, very small, the biomedical applications of artificial intelligence. You have, I'm not going to go through all of these because we'd be here all afternoon. But this is just an example of all the applications that AI can be used in this area, right? So once again, I'm not going to go into the detail of it, but it's just to show you that there's almost no limit to where you can apply AI. Okay. The key technologies. So it's interesting. This is definitely starting to grow, but the traditional machine learning algorithms, I'm not going to say they're obsolete. They're not. They're still used, a fair amount. But inevitably, the ability to learn with these algorithms, so SVMs and random forests, you're not going to get very far with them, right? So where are we going? We're going into deep learning. So CNN transformers is definitely where we're at now, right? So neural networks. And the reason for that is because you get better efficiencies, better accuracy, but you require so much more data. Whereas if you do the classic machine learning algos, you don't need as much data, but then you're limited. There's a ceiling to your accuracy, to your performance, okay? So that's the reason. And what's next on our, in our world is going to be the foundation models, right? The GPTs, the CLIPs. That's where we are now headed. We're actually not even headed, we're there, okay? Foundational models are a reality. And that's where most of the focus is now, is on foundational models. But who has access to foundational models? Well, unless they're public, unless they're made public, you're not going to have access to it. But there'll be a bit both. There'll always be foundational models that won't be available to you, but there'll also be foundational models that will be available to you. Okay? The obvious medical image analysis with AI is, what can you do with it? So and we're going to talk about that this week. This is just kind of like a teaser. So a lot of it is going to be image analysis, so image acquisition or reconstruction, right? So can we denoise, can we improve images so that whoever's reading the images, improves their ability to do their job, okay? So that's image acquisition, reconstruction. A lot of segmentation. So segmentation means delineating the area of interest, right? Your region of interest, your ROI. That's segmentation. That's a qualitative tool and a quantitative tool. So you can either just identify, the area, but you can also quantitatively provide like how big it is and how much, let's say in two-dimensional or three-dimensional space, how much does that, tumor represent? So that's segmentation. Classification is of course yes, no. So disease, yes, no, for instance, right? You can have multiple levels of classification. Locations for hemorrhage in the brain, for instance. And then prediction. So prognosis prediction is tricky. And that one is due to a bunch of things. One is just the algorithms are a little trickier to work with. But another one is we don't have the data. It's just not readily available yet, right? So prognosis, you need change over time, right? You need to be able to predict how you are going to be in a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now. So let's say for cancer, are you going to be cancer-free in 5 years from now? That's what everybody asks, right? Everyone asks, if you're diagnosed with cancer, the first thing you want to know is, how am I going to be in a year from now, or in 2 years, or 5 years from now, right? So it'd be nice if you could have an algorithm that, based on your presentation, would be able to predict where you're going to be in 5 years from now, right? Everybody would love that. So prognosis is very important. I'm going to talk to you guys this week about prognosis in traumatic brain injury. And so that's another question that everybody has. Who here has had a concussion? Anybody? Really? Wow. Okay. Very uncommon. So nobody's hit their head here? Fallen off their bike? Wow. Okay. Good for you guys. But hitting your head's a bad thing, right? You don't want to hit your head. It's a bad thing. But if you do hit your head and you suffer a traumatic brain injury, you're going to want to know, am I going to be good in the future? So prognosis is very important. And so to be able to train an algorithm to do that is complex, but it would be rewarding, right? To be able to tell your patient, based on your presentation, you're going to be good, right? Or actually, sadly, which is very important to know, for what's called severe traumatic brain injury, is you actually want to know that the patient is not going to recover. Because what you don't want to do is treat a patient who has severe traumatic brain injury in hopes of furthering, keeping them alive when their outlook is just dismal, right? So that's a decision that has to be made with the family, what to do. And so prognosis would help in that respect. So meaning that if prognosis is extremely poor for success, then sometimes you're not going to treat, right? Because your family member who's suffered the severe traumatic brain injury, you don't want to put them through weeks of treatment, surgery, if ultimately they're not going to survive. So it's a very difficult decision to be made. But you haven't suffered, good for you, you haven't suffered a traumatic brain injury. But if you talk to families who have had a traumatic brain injury, it's a big problem to make that decision, right? What to do, right? So it would be really nice to have, at least something that's giving you an idea of how, they're going to recover for sure, they might recover, they'll, whatever, or they won't recover, right? So this is here's just an example. Actually, my postdoc, Ernest, is probably going to talk about this, and that's brain tumor segmentation. And there'll also be a talk on radiotherapy. So radiotherapy, inevitably what you have to go through when you have a tumor is you need to shrink the tumor. You need to get rid of the tumor, right? You have to, either you can excise it through surgery, or you can shrink it through radiotherapy. So inevitably, has anybody here had a brain tumor? Okay, now I'm not surprised, right? But if you have a brain tumor and you have to get, or any tumor, and you have to get radiotherapy, radiation therapy, right? Right, to get rid of the tumor. What you don't want to do is zap the rest of your brain, right? That'd be bad, right? Because that's bad to, expose your brain tissue to radiation's bad. You want to get rid of the tumor, but you don't want to hurt the rest of your brain. So determining where the tumor is, okay, is very important. And the margins, what's called the margins, is extremely important. And unfortunately, just like everything we've talked about, when you do segmentation, the error in segmentation, just like in classification there's error, I have the disease, I don't have the disease. The error in segmentation means that when you segment the area, the tumor, you make a mistake. And if you make a mistake, then you're going to expose a healthy area of your brain to radiation. That's bad. Okay? So there's something that you can work on using, for instance, UNets or the UNN UNets in order to do that. Right? So as an engineer, that's fun, that's sexy. Is, how do I develop a model to best delineate, segment the brain tumor? Okay. What else can AI be used for? Genomics. Genetics. So this one is, most of it is what's called gene expression. So I'm not going to go into genomics and genes, but for you, most of you are engineering background, correct? So you're not, is there a biological background? You guys take biology? No? Yeah, no? Okay, so I'll keep it very high level. So your DNA encodes how you create the proteins required for your body to build itself, right? But everybody expresses their genes differently. And in response to your environment or disease, for instance. And so AI can help us study how certain genes are expressed in your body. And if you have variants of genes that lead to inappropriate expression or creation of products that aren't supposed to happen, that can lead to cancers and problems. So by studying gene expression and modeling it, we can address some diseases, okay? So that's called genetics and genomics. The omics, in multi-omics, is when you bring together different areas of medicine into one multidisciplinary pool of information in order to make a decision to predict, to treat, okay? So this is a huge area in AI as well, because you can imagine your DNA is very complex, and the problems are very complex. So meaning when you have genetic variation, so in your DNA, those changes are very small, and you have multiple changes that can lead to the same phenotype in a population. So in order to model that, that's very difficult to do, and AI is perfect for that, because AI can deal with very complex problems. So there's a huge interest in exactly this, okay, in applying AI to this area of genomics and multi-omics. Yeah? Okay. Here's another one that, for chemists, who's in chemistry again? There's people here who are chemists. I keep asking who that everyone's, either people are really shy, and I go, oh, I gotta put my hand up, or completely, what, is everybody here like just an engineer or something? Come on, man. Okay, so, mass spectrometry, spectroscopy, metabolomics, metabol, okay, for profiling, is another area that maybe you wouldn't have thought of, right? So if you are a chemist, if you are into, the study of materials in that sense, this is interesting too, because spectroscopy, mass spectroscopy is all signal processing, right? And signal processing is a perfect target for AI, all right? Because it's very complex, right? And it's funny, we were just talking at dinner about, the idea of frequency versus spatial representation. So here's an example that, signal processing tends to fall into the frequency domain of processing, right? And so this is, once again, this is all fantastic stuff to help us, like for instance this one, tissue collection, you treat your sample, you get some analysis, and then you do analysis on it, you do spectroscopy or mass spectroscopy, and then the problem, of course, is how do I analyze these results? And very often there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of noise, right? And how do you deal with the noise? How do you get the signal from all the noise? So that's where your AI can help. Your machine learning can help in that, okay? And so there's a lot of focus in this area as well, okay? Okay, back to image analysis. So I really do my best to not be so focused on image analysis, but inevitably that's what I do, right? So I'm always going to come back to image analysis. But, you know, there are challenges in image analysis, and this is what I wanted to share with you guys, that it's not easy. And that's a good thing. So I think I said it already this morning. If it was easy, we wouldn't have a job. So don't complain that it's hard. It's a good thing. You want it to be difficult, or everyone would be doing it. So the biggest problem, of course, is you get enough data, enough quality data, right? This one here, for sure, and dealing with data set and algorithm biases, these two, compared to downstream, computational demands, compatibility of systems, legal ethical questions, we're going to cover all of this week. This here represents, so data curation, right? Making sure you have the right clean data set that's labeled, probably represents about 80% of the work. If you are privileged as an engineer, and what you're waiting for is to receive the data set, and when you get it, you say, oh, I can't work with this. Can you please address the data set and fix it for me? You're very privileged. It's very comparable to a statistician. Statisticians are privileged as well. Because if you ask them to analyze a data set for you, to test a data set for you, they're receiving a spreadsheet with all the data fixed for them in the format they want it, correct? And then they run the t-test. Ooh, big deal. So it's the same for engineering. You're going to receive a data set of images that are correctly labeled. Everything is pristine, perfect. And then they ask you to create a CNN binary classifier, disease, yes, no. Who cares? Like, that's easy. Come on, man. That's 20% of the work. That's the fun part. Modeling is the fun part. The hard part is getting the data in the format you need it, with the quality you need it, and the correct labeling. And that involves working with your user, right? Working with the people that know the data, that produce the data, that use the data. That's the hard part of everything we do. But it's actually a crucial part, especially when you deal with bias, okay? So we're going to talk about biases in training, and they happen all the time. I'll show you that I can tell the difference in sex from a knee ultrasound. So I'll show you the picture. I don't know if any of you have had an ultrasound or they're anywhere. Ultrasounds are very difficult to recognize any structure. It's very weird, right? Ultrasound is a different, just because of the way it's tomography, what's called tomography, which is slices. But it's difficult to interpret what's going on. But I can tell with over 90% accuracy if that knee belongs to a man or a woman. And there's absolutely no way when you see the images that you'll believe that. But AI can do it. So if I only train, for instance, in hemophilia is what is called a sex-linked disorder, because it is primarily in males, okay, because of the recessiveness. Females can have it, but it's extremely rare because of A, just the math of the recessiveness, but also B, you almost have to make an effort to end up having a baby girl that has hemophilia. okay? Because you'd have to have the male and the female, the mom and the dad have hemophilia. And what responsible parents would actually go ahead and have a child when you both know you have hemophilia? It does happen, but it's quite rare. So if I train all of my data set on hemophilia, who am I training with? What's my data set look like? I'm training on knees. What knees do I have? They're all males, aren't they? Or vast majority are males. Do I care? Who's my algorithm going to be used on? Probably males. So do I care? I should though, and I did. Because, boy, that's not fair on the women that do have hemophilia, because they can't use my algorithm. That's bias. And that's an extreme example. And what happens all the time is where you have a disease that's equally prevalent in males and females. But because of whatever circumstance, the data that was available was mostly male. That happens all the time. Happens all the time. For whatever reason. Could be cultural, could be religion, could be whatever reason, the data is not there for women. So the algorithm is developed and it's put out there, but it works 91% accuracy in males, but if you actually test it, it works like 70% in females. Happens all the time. And that's because of biased data. Okay? So that's the challenges that you need to face and you need to think of, because it's a huge problem. Biomarker discovery, patient stratification, all the omics, right? So we already talked about that. You know, data-driven discovery is a thing now. It used to be a naughty word, right? Data-driven was naughty. Oh, that's data-driven. But now, because we have so much data and we have the ability to work with that much data, it's okay. So data-driven is definitely something that's happening now. And AI contributes to this in a big way, right? So this is where we're looking at unlabeled data. So we were talking this morning about unsupervised learning. Unlabeled data, you get some interpretation algorithms, and you process them, and then you get your outputs, see here, where you're getting clustering. So that's learning. That's the learning aspect of it, okay? And that's huge. So there's an example in omics that we're actually trying to apply unsupervised learning. For researchers, we have tons of tools. So this is just something I wanted to just touch on a little bit. This is just a complex little, pipeline, right? But we all use tools. So the only thing I'm going to stress is that tools are great, absolutely. A lot of modular, we were just talking about it at lunch. You drag and drop, you connect stuff, right, to get your algorithm to work. There's definitely more and more and better tools, almost week over week. But be aware, take the time to understand what you're doing. Just, not every day, but at some point in your degree or in your research, just take the time to actually understand what the tool does and what it's doing for you. You don't necessarily have to, do a deep dive into the code, but you should understand what your tool's doing, and the reason for that is because you may find out, oops, some of my assumptions are not quite right. It's not quite what I thought it was doing, and you need to be aware of that, okay? So using the tools is fine, but just dig a little deeper. We are academics here. We're supposed to do that. If you're working for a company and the company's telling you use these tools only and develop this for me, okay, sure, that's your job. That's fine. But, as academics, understand what you're doing. It will pay off in the end. So here, this is the bench to bedside, and importantly, what's called clinical integration. So this piece here just shows us we need to validate with real-world data. So just try and think, what's next for me? You know, if I'm an engineer and I'm working on an algorithm, what's next? How do I get what I've just developed used in the real world? So you can't get through external validation. That's the first thing you're going to have to think about, right? Then you have regulatory approval. For us in Canada, it's called Health Canada. I don't know what it's called in India. Maybe Health India. I don't know. But there's going to be a regulatory body in India that you're going to have to get your algorithm approved in. Then, once it's approved, then you're going to have to integrate it into clinical workflow. And most importantly, afterwards, you're not done. You're still not done. Once it's been taken up in clinic, you then have to monitor it and make sure it keeps doing what it's supposed to do. So why is that a concern? Does anybody know that? That's called governance, right? So why is that? Why, like if your algorithm, you just developed an amazing algorithm, why would it change? Why would it change? Why would you expect the results to change over time? Why? Anybody suggest? Comes down to stats again. What would it be? You guys heard of distribution shift? Data drift? You guys heard of those terms? Post-COVID, okay, sure. Things change over time, and your algorithm may no longer fit the data it's supposed to represent. And that's called a data shift or a data drift. So the distribution of the features that you use to train your algorithm could actually change over time. So here's a good example. In medical imaging, let's say, okay? I am training on a CT scan of, doesn't matter what, chest, let's say chest CT, okay, looking for lung cancer. All of my data came from 3 sites, right? Lots of data, all fantastic stuff. But as you know, CTs are a form of X-ray, correct? So you're exposed to radiation. Not a good thing. So you want to minimize your dose, how much radiation you're exposed to. So let's say some of my centers have adopted a new CT scanner that specializes in what's called low-dose CT scanning. Okay, so less. When you do low-dose CT scanning, the imaging that you're going to receive is going to be just a little bit different. It's not going to look as crisp and clear. But for the, the radiologist or the internist or the clinician, they're still going to be able to do what they have to do, right? Which is to find nodules in your lungs. The only thing is your algorithm was trained on the previous versions of the CT scanner. So now you have a subtle shift in some of the data, right? In terms of the features in your CT scan. And so that is an example of where your algorithm is going to stop being as performant because the data it's reading is slightly different. There's also other distributions for diseases. Diseases change over time. The way they present changes over time. COVID changes over time, right? So there's an example. So you have to be aware of that. That's why continuous monitoring and updates is so important for your algorithm. And that's a good thing for you guys because it keeps you busy. Keeps you employed as an engineer. It means you're attached and keep working for your algorithm. Where's the next fun stuff? I do a fair amount of this, and this is generative AI in biomedicine. So generative AI is all the fun that came out with GANs, like I don't know how many years ago it was, like quite a few years ago, like GANs made a big splash, right? Generative adversarial networks, right? So they can make, dogs and cats hands and faces, and they replicate them. But they've now evolved. You have more than GANs now, although GANs is still really big, right? So NVIDIA, with the style GAN, is still used extensively. I still use it a lot. But you now have autoencoders we'll skip over, but we have diffusion models that are all the rage now. The only thing with diffusion models is they require a lot of data to train. So they're a bit of a limitation that way, but they work extremely well. And what we're trying to do is simulate some of the data that we would need, right, for training. And so by using generative AI, we can either simulate data just for representation. So let's say you're training to be a physician, right? And you want to identify from a scan or from a test or from whatever what the appearance would be for that disease. So you could look up a bank of images that's going to have those diseases. But what's being done now is you can generate it. You can just ask, text in it, right? You ask, I want to see this, give me an image. Then there's no privacy issues. And you can be very specific. You can say, in a male, a female, how old, all that kind of stuff. So that's educational. That's almost educational, right? That's training education. But in AI modeling, very often we don't have enough data. So you need to augment your data set. And so one way that's being used is using synthetic data. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. It's really not. But is it helpful? Yes. It's not perfect because you can imagine if you replicate exactly the same data, the algorithm is not going to be challenged to learn anything new because it's exactly the same data. So you need to create synthetic data that's different than your data set, okay? And that's very challenging. So it is possible, in my experience, 12% increase in accuracy is the best you can hope for. I've never seen anything better than that. So if I introduce synthetic data into my training, 8 to 12% is the best that I've ever had work, okay? So is it perfect? No. Is it helpful when you're working with very rare diseases or something like that? Yes. Or you just have very small data sets? Absolutely, it's helpful. What we'll also talk about is being responsible in what we do. So principles of ethical AI in healthcare. So you can see here, there's a whole bunch of different labels here. PEPITA is our privacy laws in Canada, okay? But in India, you're going to have exactly the same thing. You're going to have your privacy laws. Your compliance, once again, Health Canada, you're going to have exactly the same thing in India. What's required is there's legislation. I don't even know if India has it yet or already does. It's very possible that India probably may have already in place legislation to govern AI, which you need transparent and fair AI. Canada, we were just about to pass it through the parliament, but then we had a switch in government, and it got paused. But it's going to happen probably within this year. And that is, if you're going to use AI in medicine, you have to disclose and inform the patient. You have to give them the choice of a second opinion. And it has to be explainable. You have to be able to explain your algorithm, how it works, how it made the decision. That's going to be law in Canada. And I suspect, if it's not already law in India, it will be as well. So why do we need all that? Well, it's basically to say, it's the social aspect of AI, right? So the impact on society. So social well-being, governance, value alignment, I'll touch on that one in a second. Unfair bias, we've already talked about bias. Privacy and security, no-brainer. Accountability, yeah, who's accountable? That's going to be a question. Human-centered means, once again, we don't want to lose sight of who AI is supposed to be helping, us. Reliable and safe, of course, just like any medical device or drug. And transparency and explainability, which I just touched on. The one I want to go back to is value alignment. AI has no concept of value. AI has no concept of morality, ethics. What is ethical? What is moral? What is morally right? Is what is morally right the same here in India as it is in Canada? What do you guys think? You think it's the same? It's probably similar, but it's not the same. Are our values the same in Canada as they are in India? No. And you know why? Because they're two different communities, two different societies. Your country, our country, set our laws to abide to our moral compass. You all have your moral values. We have ours. And they're set by your culture, your religion, your history. That's who sets it. So if I develop an AI algorithm in Canada and I sell it to you in India, how do you know that the algorithm I developed is in line with your values? You don't, do you? That's a problem. Because it is assumed that these values are in line. So meaning that when I develop my algorithm, it applies to anybody in the world. But that's not true. And so in the process of developing your algorithm, you must take into consideration the values for which this algorithm is going to be used for. Because they may not be correct. They may not be, appropriate for the community that is going to be using your algorithm. So remember that, because it's very important that when you collect your data and how you collect it and who uses it and what the biases are in your data are going to be impacted by that. And AI has no clue about value alignment. It does not understand that. You do, but it does not. Okay? So that's very important. Where are we going in the future? We're already there. We're already there. But multimodal learning, for sure. We'll talk about that. Self-supervised learning, already there. Foundational models. Federated training, explainability. Definitely federated training. I was a big believer in it too. Does anybody here know federated training? Yeah, so it's kind of sharing the ability to train on data sets that are not all together, right? That's federated. But you're doing it across institutions, let's say, right? The problem with federated learning, the concept is great, the application is brutal. The actual implementation of it is nasty and very expensive. So it's a real barrier, right? So I don't want to, especially it's being recorded. I'm okay with federated learning. It's just, I haven't seen huge success on it unless you're really, really, really rich. If the project has millions and millions of dollars to do what you want to do, then yes, absolutely, you'll be successful. But for what you and I do, federated learning is just, the barrier is too high to overcome, right? It's better to go out of your way to share your data. So I've been more successful at, putting together sharing agreements than I would be to trying to do federated learning where you don't have to share your data, right? You're kind of sharing your data, but you're not actually sharing the data. It's easier to get the lawyers involved and just try and get through privacy, right? And sharing, data transfer agreements. Explainability is huge. We'll talk about that too. The need for explainable or interpretable AI is extremely important. As I said, it's law. So explainable AI means you understand how the model works. The parameters that are in your model, the decisions that the model's making. Interpretable AI is the ability for us humans to interpret the results from your AI. So for example, a heat map that shows you on the image the area that the algorithm used to make the decision is interpretation, okay? Explainability is going to be in the bowels of your model. You're going to be able to explain how the model came to be the way it is with the parameters it has and the weights it has, okay? That's the difference between explainable and interpretable. But it is very important, and we can talk about it. Multimodal, if you don't know it, if you're not a hands-on programmer, the ability to merge together, it's actually called fusion, to fuse together disparate data types is really not easy to do. And multimodal modeling is very tricky for exactly that reason. Because you can just do it, but you have no guarantee that you're doing the right thing or it's working correctly. That's the tricky bit. And how you weight the fusing is very tricky, right? And when you weight the fusing is very tricky. So in summary, is this it for us? Yeah, look at that, we're almost done. And you're all still awake. That's fantastic. So in summary, start small, think big, of course. Collaborate widely, really important to collaborate. And be ethical, right? So that's, in a nutshell, that's what you want to try and do. This is the whole personalized medicine, digital therapeutics. This is the nice circle here, right? This is the raw data, genomics, dry, wet lab research. So you guys can start thinking about where am I getting all this data? Each one of these steps, right, leads to data collection and management. And then this is what you guys do down here, your algorithms, right? And then you can, digital therapeutics, that's something we can talk about too. That's the idea of using your phone, right? So digital therapeutics is like mHealth, where you have it's just another way of calling it, right? So digital therapeutics is actually from the drug industry. Okay, so if you think of what's called software as a medical device, the SAMD, a digital therapeutic is a software that's used in the context of treatment. It's called digital therapeutics. A broader term is mobile health. Okay, so meaning using, mobile health is specific to your phone and mobile. Digital therapeutics can either be phone or it can be on the computer, but it tends to be on the phone. Anyway, just a little bit of a subtlety there. But all of this, what I hope I shared with you today is to just give you the ability to see where you can apply your knowledge. And very often, no matter where you are, it doesn't matter if you're here in India, if you're in any country, very often you're very tunnel vision, right? In terms of, I have access to this data, so that's what I work on. You stop there, right? Or I can only think of these rare diseases or these common diseases, and so that's the only thing I'm going to apply my knowledge to. But, you should spend a little time to just think, there's way more in healthcare and biomedical that I could actually spend time on. If you're a signal processor, and that's what you really enjoy is signal processing, there's just so much you can do in signal processing. So, expand your horizons a little bit and find a new area to apply your knowledge and skills to. And you might, it might be entertaining for you. It might be fun, right? To do something a little bit outside the box or, a little different than what everybody does in your department, let's say. You'll be surprised at how you can use the same skills, the same idea, the same methods, the same everything, but in a completely different area that you would not have thought of. Okay? And that's it for today. Questions? Yep. Yes, NIH, yeah.
But when the work will get completed, usually the examiner will ask about the real-time data.
Yeah, of course.
So
Of course.
to get the data from the hospital, but the hospital people will not give.
Yeah, so the hospitals will give. They just, it just needs to be the right time, the right place, with the right people, right? So I know exactly what you're saying. So the question was, you know, I only get to work with open data sets like Kaggle because they were shared for that purpose. And it's true. It's true. Can you get a lot of work done in those areas? Yes, absolutely. Is the impact going to be as much as you'd like it to be? Probably not. And that's the reason you're getting pushed by your examiner by saying, hey, you know, how about the real world here? You know, like that's Kaggle, you know. And that's definitely, that's a real problem. It's a real problem. So if you want to focus on, you know, as you say, real data sets. You know, Kaggle data sets are real, by the way. It's just that the people who gave the data sets permitted the use in Kaggle. So they are real data sets. But you're right, I know what you're saying, they're limited, right? If you want to do, you know, external validation. Yeah, so you need to, well, maybe not you. Are you a PhD student or you're a faculty? What are you? You're faculty, okay. So you're in the hot seat. You're in the hot seat. You're in charge. You need to do this. And it's not easy. So you need to try and collaborate with, if you're interested in healthcare, you would need to collaborate with a clinician, scientist, you know, somebody who does research in medicine, who shares similar interests. And then you collaborate with them. And then you both would then approach the hospital and say, what do we need to do to get data? You know, what do I have to do in order to share the data on this disease to my friend here who's doing AI? And yeah, it might take a year. It might take 2 years. Absolutely. But that's it's the only way you can do it. It's the only way you're going to be able to do it. And so yeah, get started now. Right? Just do it. Just find, you know. So that's probably the hard part is find the collaborator. Right? I mean, do you have a buddy who's in you know, what data set have you worked on from Kaggle? Sure. So give me an example. Oh, perfect. So osteoarthritis, that's my area. That's one of my areas. So yeah, knee osteoarthritis. So I can tell you for sure, because I have students working on knee osteoarthritis. There are many Kaggle, there are many data sets that are available, and you can write to authors and say there's a whole bunch of. We got a osteoarthritis 8,000 knees, right? Just X-rays, a whole bunch of them. So the thing is, what you'd have to do next if you wanted to progress to something that could be used here in India, for instance, you want something that's going to be very useful here, right? Because these data sets, a lot of them are from China or the United States. But it's not helpful, is it? Because you're different here in India. So then what you would need to do is you need to reach out to a rheumatologist, right, in a clinic here. So private clinics are amazing. So you guys here in India, you're set. And the reason for that is because they associate value, monetary value to your work. Think of it, right? So if you were to approach a rheumatologist in a private clinic, right, one of your private hospitals, and say, I'd like to develop an algorithm that's going to score the osteoarthritis in your knee, right, the KL, right? So if you did that, they would say, I kind of like that idea, right? Let me see if I can get the data. Of course they can get the data. They own it. It's private. Anybody who goes to a private clinic, they're signing away the rights to that data. If you go to a public clinic, the patient still owns their own data. When you go to a private clinic, most often, they still own the data, but they've allowed the private clinic to own it with them. So I do this in Costa Rica all the time. Private clinics will share data with you, like, no problem. Of course, it's anonymized. You know, they anonymize it. They get rid of the identity, right? But they'll share it with you for sure. Public, oh my God, you got to go through the ministry and all. It's just brutal, right? Very difficult to do. But private, oh yeah, man. If you have a nice relationship with a private hospital, you're going to get the data, like, pretty for sure. In my experience, anyway. Maybe in India. But definitely private it's a business. So why wouldn't they collaborate with you? They love you because you're gonna be providing them with something that they want, right? So that's all you need to do. Yeah, you just need to find a rheumatologist that's gonna go and approach the hospital with you to say, we want to do this project. This is the reason. These are the proposal. These are the objectives. This is what we're going to get out of it. We're going to share back the software for you. You, the hospital, you can use it, license free, cost free forever. Right? You're going to have to do that, by the way. And they're going to say, sure, why not? Why wouldn't we? Right? If you go to public, very different. Yeah. Public, you should do public because you can imagine there's a bias, isn't there? There's a huge bias. Who goes to private versus who goes to public is a huge bias. Right? Social and economic income is, status, SES, is very impactful in terms of the different, generations and families, and it's as you know, it's been, for some families, it's been generations of being poor and not having access to private care. Right? So inevitably, there are different groups. But for now, the easy way would be go to private. Yeah, for sure. It's all doable. Definitely doable. You need to be persistent and get the right connections and know the right people and get the support and be prepared to provide value. So I teach startups, right? So I teach how to work in startups, right, in medical. And the number one thing is value, right? If you can't show the value of what you do, no one's going to listen to you ever. And that's the problem. Not the problem. That's one of the problems as well in our world of academia and doing research, is we don't have a clear idea of our value. We think everything we do is amazing. Because it's just inherent to being a professor. Like, of course everything I do is amazing, right? I'm a professor. But it's not true, right? It's actually only a fraction of what I do that's really, truly of value to my community, right? So if you learn that, when you go and see your private hospital, you must share with them the value. Because they don't care. If you say, oh, I'm going to build this fantastic algorithm, and they're going to say, okay, well, how do we use it? And you go, oh, it's not for you to use. It's just for me to publish. And they're going to say, yeah, great, see ya. They're not going to be interested, right? But if you share with them that, if you let me use your data, I'm going to build a classifier for osteoarthritis. This is going to free up, time of the rheumatologist or the nurse or whoever, to pre-assessment. They can do it at home, I don't know, whatever, right? Then they're going to say, oh, and what's this going to cost me? And you go, nothing. I just need your data. Really? Yeah. Okay. Why wouldn't they, right? So if they can, they will, for sure. They may be governed by what they can share as well. But in private, it's very doable. Like the lawyers will step in and just say, sure, we'll share the data, but we own everything you do, or something like that, whatever. But they'll do it, for sure. Yeah, answer your question? Yes, ma'am. Yep, self-supervised learning. Yeah. Yeah. Can we apply self-supervised learning in healthcare? Yes, it just depends on how. So you would apply it really in what's called foundational models. Self-supervised learning is a tool. And what it does is it's a form of transfer learning. Ish. So essentially what you're doing is you're giving your training a jump, a head start, right? Because if you have a smaller data set, let's say 1,000 knees, for osteoarthritis, well, it's tricky. Ranking osteoarthritis is actually tricky. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's actually pretty tricky, especially between two. Like two, that class of 2 is a problem because it's kind of 3 and it's kind of 1. It's either a 1 or a 3. So 2 is like meh, right? So if you want to train your algorithm, it's going to be very hard for your algorithm to understand those subtleties because the humans don't understand the subtleties. It's a problem, right? And so how can you get around training a smaller data set to understand those subtleties? Well, either you have to train on 10,000, right? But the problem with that is then you need your rheumatologist to label 10,000 knee x-rays. Who is going to do that for you? Nobody. Because rheumatologists earn more money than you do by a long shot. They are absolutely not going to label that much data for you. No way. So you can use 8,000 knees in a self-supervised learning environment, keep 2,000 aside, and then train on 2,000 either semi-supervised, weekly supervised, whatever you want. But you use the embeddings from your self-supervised learning in your training. That works. Because the algorithm is already starting with a knowledge of the features of knee x-rays. Make sense? Questions? Yep. I'm here all week, by the way, so we don't have to do it all today. Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, you almost never do, right? That's why you're asking the question, right? So you have an imbalance. That's what you're referring to, right? Yeah. So absolutely, that. I mean, yeah, if only we could have, but it's never balanced. And so then that's the tricky bit of how do you fuse the data? When do you fuse the data? There's three different times you can fuse the data, and how do you fuse it? Like how much is the tricky bit of multimodal learning. And so to answer your question, yes, you can have an imbalanced data set, but you must account for that imbalance in the fusion. Make sense? Okay, yeah, oh, sorry, yep. I would be a rich man if I could tell you that. So actually, that's one of my areas of interest. There's actually he's Indian. So I had a student. I have a student. He's almost a colleague of mine now. I met him in first year undergraduate studies in biology at U of T, and he came and he did a project with me. And it was probably, wow, I can't even remember now. It was probably like 2015, so it was a long time ago, right? A long time ago. And he did a bunch of projects for me, and then he went to med school, and now he's training to be a radiologist. He has 2 more years, and he'll be a radiologist. So just to say, I don't want to show my age, but anyway. So what was interesting, though, is one of his projects was exactly that. So what's the sample size needed, right, in order to be successful in training? And so we actually published a systematic review on it in 2017, a very successful paper. And the answer is we don't know. We really don't know. And the reason for it, once again, comes back to what? Variability, variation. We don't know. We don't know. And so the best way to do it is to train, to do that learning curve, right? So to train and see performance, and then increase your sample size, and then you train it, and you train it, and you train it, and you train it. And then once you plateau, then you, that's it, I've got enough data, right? So, but that's a problem, obviously. The problem is if you don't have unlimited amounts of data, you can't keep training to find out where you are. You're always going to be on the exponential area, right? So it's a problem. But there's no easy answer. No, there's no easy answer. Can you compare to previously published studies or, people that have, shared their GitHub or whatever, or their results? Yeah. So that's one way, right? If somebody has done it in the same area as you, and they were successful at whatever, it gives you an idea. But it's not easy. Yeah. So no, I can't answer that question because it's really too hard. But it's a lovely question because it forces you to understand your data, right? How heterogeneous is your data? That's the trick, right? If it's, if your data is very homogeneous and your ROI is a big tumor in the middle of the image, you're probably going to need 50 images, right? But if it's very heterogeneous and the ROI is very small and difficult to identify, you're going to need thousands. So in personal experience, in a lot of the work I do, minimum is, 200 to 500 per class. And you have some success. Like, not amazing, not commercialized, but just to get an idea of what you're doing, 200 to 500 per class, images, tends to be kind of the sweet spot. Anything under that, you get nothing, or you just get horrible results. Sorry, I'd love to give you a better answer. I'm still working on that answer. It's not easy. Any other questions? We're good for today? Awesome. Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, wait.
On behalf of organizers and participants, I would like to thank our resource person for today's session. We are grateful for your time and effort for dedicated to guiding us. Thank you. We will now break for tea and come back exactly after half an hour. That would be 4:50.